pool wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. Here's how we doing out there. It's good to be with you guys. It's Trade the Pool. Who's ready to get into the action? It's another bright day. I'm looking at the SPY right now, kind of going sideways, at least especially from yesterday's close action. Can we continue the rally? Can the party keep going? Of course, we'll take a look in the market, see if we can continue this push. And can SPCX hold on to the 200s as we get into the two handles? Got all the way up there towards, I think, 215 last night. Now starting to pull back towards the 200. Can it hold it today? We will find out during the show. Don't worry about that. Let's keep taking a look at the action. We'll go to the playbook right quick. We'll get to the sunrise. Lots to talk about it. Let's kick it off with the playbook today. All right, let's go. All right, we'll go to HPQ here. Still looking at this play as it's still set up there, right there. It was yesterday, it was up there to 2580s. Now back down to 2460s. So looking for a little bit of a climb right back into this name. It's hanging out here. Let's see if it gets another drive on HPQ. Let's go to the next play. Let's go to a play that I have right now. We'll take a look at USAR to see if we can get a lift right back up through yesterday's high. The 24 spot really is the watch for me. If it can make a quick move through 24, we'll be looking good on the swing. Let's take a look to see what happens on this one. Can we get some rare earth push to the upside? Let's go to another play here. Let's go for a long on ETN. Of course, this is the power play in the AI space. Looking for power plays overall to make a lift, whether it be ETN, other industrial names, or maybe you're looking into a player like CEG or GEV. Looking for these names to really start to take off. So there you guys see it. Second day in a row, GEV gaps up and has a nice little push looking to recover 1,000. And I think that you're really starting to see the drive in these energy plays. So keep a watch on them. We'll keep trying to tackle them right here live in front of you guys. All right, let's get over now to the sunrise report. We're going to keep the party going. We're going to keep it going fast here. Let's go. It's Trade the Pool. Smash the like. Piece dividend melt up. At least you saw really quickly that quick move come in here for the SPY. You can see how we're kind of gapped up and it's kind of hanging out here. Now the question is, what will happen next, right? I think we need to all be kind of looking in. Will we get another lift through yesterday's high, or we will get the takedown? SPCX, of course, will be on everybody's watch, and the S&P 500 had its 5th best day of the year. So we need to see what happens now. Of course, this happened because of the overnight gap from the war. Now we need to see, will it hang on, right? And then SpaceX up another 10% is on a $60 billion all-stock grab for the AI coding startup. The central tension today is simple. A market is near its highs, holding its breath, waiting to see whether the dot plot from Warsh is a chart that shows those rate cuts, right? I think that's what you might even see some pricing in right now. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look at the overnight drivers right now. The piece holding, but the fine print doesn't exist yet. We need to see what happens here. Will we finally see the signing of the deal? Those are all things that need to be talked about. Of course, the formal ceremony is set for Friday in Switzerland. But guess what? Friday, the markets are closed. So we will have to wait till Monday to find out on that one. It's going to be an interesting one, or even better. I have one better for you guys. You need to be at what? At, of course, our Friday event, Juneteenth. We're going to have an event right here. You guys can tune in. We'll be having a stream that you guys can have some fun. Come hang out. Come talk with AK-47. Come talk with Steve. There'll be more on. Join them, of course, this Friday. Don't want to miss that. Get there, guys. All right, let's keep it going. The AI mania never got the memo after taking a breather while the macro tape, of course, paused for a second there. AI capital continues to surge. We'll continue to see what's going on out there as you see more and more action in the AI names. Let's go to some fast movers of the day. Let's get to, of course, Dave and Buster's here with a good action play. Haha, pun intended. Look at that one. Ooh, look at that one. Looks like somebody ran out of tokens here as it's down 14%, cratering badly after a missed quarter. Adjusted EPS of 16 cents came in far below the 60-cent consensus on revenues of 559.2 million versus 580.6 million. That was a street estimate here. A cleaned discretionary spend miss that has nothing to do with the macro tape and everything to do with the pressured consumer here. So we'll see what happens there, and showing you signs that there is some consumer at play. Not having fun there. Huntsman, let's go down there. That's another down 10% name. We'll take a look at that action, but definitely seeing Huntsman drop down there towards the 1480s. We'll see what happens as it fell after agreeing to an all-stock merger with the rival Olin to form a Olin Huntsman, with the deal expected to close in the first half of 2027. Olin is OLN, so you got a nice acquisition here kind of coming into play. Olin, of course, getting that premium. We'll see what happens in this one. All right, last one to kind of talk about is energy versus oil sensitive. The rotation extends with crude grinding to fresh 3 months low as the Hormuz premium continues to play in. We'll see what happens there as the peace dividend payers. But look at the USO. It's back down to 115. And remember, we were starting to call this at this 150 top, how there was 1, 2, 3, 4 tops. You guys know how I feel about that. And then the failed move. That's the important thing, that failed action at that 142.50. Now on the continued downside. Now we can start to look for more destruction in these oil names like XOM, like Chevron, and others, right? You're seeing them gap down big, but that doesn't mean that they can't go lower. I think it's important to look for stocks that bounce in this name to go ahead and take down. Of course, in focus is Wednesday's 2 p.m. Warsh Fed first decision. That's going to be one of the biggest events, of course, this week. We'll see what happens. What will we get on the conversation? Will we get the real question is going to be the fireworks, the questioning, right? You know, these journalists are itching to ask the new Fed chair the questions. Don't miss it, guys. That's going to be Wednesday. You guys can catch it right here, Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Of course, 2 p.m. is when the press release comes out, and then 2:30 is when we'll go ahead and get the actual conference, right? That's the firework event, let's call it. All right, of course, today's events, we have some more action going on. There was some housing permits at 8:30, but that's nothing that I think really kind of kills the action out there. I think it's just going to be watching to see what happens moving forward. And of course, everyone's maybe on the watch to see what the Fed wants to mention. Will we see rate cuts, right? TLT on watch, rates in that conversation. And of course, can SPCX hold the 200? Well, I know one guy that definitely wants to see it continuing to hold and continuing to take off. My man, Michael Noss. Everybody, sound that horn. Let's bring him on. What's going on, man? How you doing? Good morning. Good morning to you. Feeling good?
I'm feeling, well, markets are at all-time highs. How can you not?
How can you not, my friend?
my kid decided not to sleep last night, so that didn't help. But I've got a little monster hanging out in this thing, so maybe that will even things out. But yeah, I brought up just what you're seeing on the screen here because I heard you talking. This is why we don't care about the actual Fed decision. It's a 99% chance that he does nothing. But like Mitch talked about, this is the first time to grill the new guy. So that's why I think today could be a little sleepy. And then maybe tomorrow we really kind of pick it off because everyone wants to, see what he says. He's very vocal of saying, I don't want to be as open as everyone. I don't really want to talk too much about stuff. So I don't know if that changes anything, but yeah, we know what they're going to do. If you think you've got an edge there, you can make 100 times your money if you take a bet. So if you're someone out there who says, oh, I know what they're going to do, they're going to cut or raise. Well, you can put your money where your mouth is, right? Put $100 in. And if that works out, that turns into what? 10,000? Yeah, 100 times your money, $10,000. So great. Otherwise, you're kind of just sticking with the wisdom of the crowds, which means absolutely nothing's gonna happen. But the reason I think we also could be choppy is here's a chart of the Qs. You can see we're buttoned right up against all-time highs. I would be completely flabbergasted if we don't break it at this point, even for just a little bit. You know, as soon as you get this close to an all-time high or an all-time low, it seems kind of wild to me that we wouldn't actually do anything with it. We wouldn't, you know, pop through in any way, shape, or form. So that means that on deck is likely, what is it, 749-ish? That's our all-time high here. Where what is it actually? 748.63. So if you want to mark that on your charts, that's the all-time highs on the Qs, and then what do we got? 756.75 on the SPY. So those are the numbers. Right, shocked if in the next couple days we don't break it. Doesn't have to be today. It could be in the next couple days, but again, as soon as you get this close to it, it's like, okay, there's liquidity searches or whatever the kids call it nowadays. Seems like that would be one in which it makes sense, right? Steve and Jess watching SpaceX. Yeah, I still have my SpaceX.
Kids. Those darn kids.
I know everyone's chatting about
Those
SpaceX here.
Kids out there and their liquidities.
Yeah, like bear traps back in my day. That's like old men. Yeah, so SpaceX, interesting. Big surge, and now we're coming back down here in SpaceX, sitting around $200 a share. Again, I don't see a reason to get out yet, so I'm still kind of holding mine. You know, this is a trend. You've got enough data that you could start, you know, drawing trend lines, and just making decisions based off of that. You could just do one of those and say, okay, if we get, you know, into this 195 area, maybe. But I still have my game plan, which is I'm going to sell. I got 170 shares. So I'll sell 70 shares if the thing doubles, if it gets to around 300. Or I'll sell it if it gets back to 135. Other than that, I figure at this point, I might as well be a good boy. I'm not supposed to sell anything for 90 days. So if it hangs out between those two on the 91st day, I'll probably kill some. And Steve brought up a good idea, which is something that I thought was interesting. We get SpaceX options, I believe, today. So what he was talking about, which makes a lot of sense to me, is because I have over 100 shares, I could just start writing calls. The premium on it is probably going to be nuts. Yeah, you just start writing calls on it, and the premium is going to be insane. So I could probably make, a couple $100, maybe a week, just doing that. You know, just writing calls, and then write them far enough away that if it get calls away, I'm like, okay, well, and then in my head, I'm like, does that count as a sell? If I don't, it's not technically a sell. If they get called away from me at a certain price, I didn't really sell them. I kind of give them to somebody else. So maybe.
I mean, you could always roll it out, right, if you needed to, but
it's like if I'm,
there's strategies
if I'm forced
there,
to
right?
hold. And
you're right. Option market can be definitely a way for you to either hedge a position or lock a position in, right? And so that's kind of that mentality there.
Well, yeah, and it's like selling without selling, right? If you've got a fat realized gains, and you don't want to, realize those gains for whatever reason, tax reasons, or in this case, being a good boy and not supposed to sell, I can just sell calls, and then I can kind of generate income from the position I have, and let's say I can make couple percent a month. Well, right now it's a $30,000 position, so if I make couple percent a month, that's decent. A little chunk of change until good boy time comes around, and then I can just move on with my life. Because I'm thinking now, it's like, okay, well, at this point, do I be a good boy and then try to get a big chunk of the Anthropic? Now that I know how it works, right? I put in for 1,000 shares and I got 200. So for Anthropic, if I put out that I want 10,000 shares, will they give me 1,000 shares? And that could be another little one. And then at some point, I'm going to break the rules at some point, right? It's either I'm gonna have to protect my capital, or I'm going to because the money's too much, right? Again, if this thing ripped to $1,000, I'm breaking the rules. I'm taking the cash and moving on. But I'm up 20%. I'm up, it's
the rules,
not that big a deal.
The rules that were meant to be broken. That's all I can say. they're meant to be broken in two ways, either protection or a gift. And if it's a gift, well, guess what? I'm okay with going to another broker for IPOs.
Yeah,
So,
I'll just right I figured the real thing.
Dude, I know you're probably not I don't know if this is in there, but like you could be like, let's say, well, I use Robinhood for my IPOs, and then I go elsewhere for other accounts, or I use Webull for IPOs. Right? There's so many brokers out there that you don't need to be agnostic. You don't need to be, stuck.
More
right?
for you guys than for me, right? More for the Americans out there and the Canadians. But yeah, we've got a couple that we can, and they're growing. But someone's asking what they can expect for the opening. Well, we've got 20 minutes of the opening, so a lot can change. But it's hanging around $200. Just
the undercut.
Just to answer that question,
look to see an action there towards the undercut, right? The 200. Oh, it already did it. It already did it. It already undercut that 200. We're undercutting right now. I think that you start to see the leak, right? Because I just think there's just too much bullishness, man. And you're seeing the action right now. Someone just sold big, a lot of volume, 110,000 shares going through there on that 200 breakdown.
Well, they announced they're buying another company. So it makes sense that, right, generally speaking, when you announce a buyout, the company that's getting bought lifts and the company doing the buying sells off a bit. And that's just kind of standard trading 101. I never heard of the company they're buying, but they're using, I guess, some of the 90 billion they raised to get out of some, or to buy whatever this company is. I'll look it up for a second, but I saw this morning. What is the company? So and it's just, she goes is that in the long run, buyouts are supposed to be great, but in the short run, you got to take a little bit of a hit while it looks like they kind of revalue your company, right?
That looks like a nice short, if anything, pre-market short, but I got no money. But we'll see what happens. I think this could free fall on that news. Not really good news there. But that's not what you want to hear right now, at least. Definitely not what I would want to hear.
To buy
but hey,
any sphere. I don't know what an any sphere is, but
even doesn't really matter what it is. It's just dilution, right? Dilution is not what you want to hear right now. So you wanted to hear results, not dilution. This is not what you want to hear. But this is what you expect from a Elon kind of company, right? I mean, it's just Elon doing Elon things.
Well, and it's funny too because I'm reading the details now, and it's a merger, so they're not giving you cash. That means that the two companies are going to become one company. So if you're looking at that and you're wondering why any hasn't really moved much, is now this is just going to move. Yeah, you do the split ratio, and you say this is just going to move. If SpaceX goes up now, this will go up. If SpaceX goes down now, this will go down.
I'd probably watch any later towards the open. You got to wait till the liquidity comes in, right? So
and if it's a merger, it essentially means you wake up. If you own any, one day you wake up, and then you own SpaceX, right? It's some fraction of if you have 100 shares of this, you own like 2 shares of space or whatever it ends up being. So there's not like you don't wake up and there's a chunk of cash in your account. There's shares of another company instead.
Watch for the undercut under the 274 out the gates, because you have 3 lows in that same area. So you get the undercut on any through that, and then you watch for the move back. That to me looks like prime liquidity search on the support. Bang, bang, bang. You hit some volume, and then you drive this back up. So I'm going to call it like I see it, but that's an easy chart for me, at least thinking that mentality. Well, you can see it on the daily. There's a gap there, right? Stocks love to maybe test the gap, but maybe not fill the gap, right? I know Michael talks about this all the time. Everyone says that gaps fill. No, gaps, I would say, have more of a tendency of getting tested, right? I wouldn't say that they have to fill. Do they get tested a lot sometimes? Yeah. Like you'll get like a gap up, the island move, right? And then it'll go right to that area, maybe slightly undercut it, and then rock it off to the top side, right? So this is how I would look at this. A stock that gapped up on the daily, it's come back down, it's had sideways consolidation, now has the good news to break that consolidation, right? But you want to see volume come in, liquidity at the open, then with the boom. Right, so we'll see what happens here. This will be an interesting one.
the thing to note on it is if you are trading it, this is one of the only stocks in the world now that you know the value of, right? It is going to be whatever the split adjusted price for SpaceX is. So if it gets too far away from that value, up or down, there could be money there, because it's like, this isn't, unless you think that another company is going to come around and pay more for them, you know what the value is. That it cannot be worth more than what SpaceX is going to roll it into their company for, and it cannot be worth less than that. So if it moves too much outside of SpaceX, you better believe there's a million. This is like a prime thing for algorithms to do, is they say, okay, this is the value of SpaceX, so this is the value of that other company, and if it gets too far out of line one way or another, I'm going to take a trade to bring that back into line, because it's essentially free money. Because at that point, you could just hold until the expiry. So it will trade at a discount for whatever the merger value is. So if the merger value of this thing, say SpaceX is at 200, say this thing is worth $3, it will trade at like 290, and it will just stay there. And then SpaceX moves up a bit, and this will move up a bit. SpaceX moves down, right? Because you could see how if those things got dramatically out of line, how there's free money. Right? If this thing dropped like a stone and SpaceX went up, well, you should buy as much as you physically can, hand over fist, with every dollar you can, because unless the deal falls through in some way, you get free money. It's going to trade at that value. So that's the mergers are one of those things that is almost solved by the market. So just make sure you understand that it is what it is. The deal looks like it's done, and if you want to learn more, you read about it. But quickly, I did want to just highlight the difference that we're seeing here with IWM up a little bit, and then the SPY down a little bit, and the Qs down a little bit. These aren't huge divergences like we were seeing last week, but we are still seeing it, in which we're seeing these small caps outpace, and still doing so on kind of an absolute basis as well, right? So the Qs were down a little bit inside yesterday's range. So that makes levels really simple, right? If you open up inside yesterday's range, the main levels you're looking for are yesterday's high and low, right? Is it going to get outside yesterday's range, or is it going to stay inside yesterday's range? It can only do one of those. So you need to just watch those levels to see if that changes at all. But IWM, however, right, again, still inside yesterday's range at all-time highs. So you look at the SPY, not quite all-time highs. You look at the Qs, not quite all-time highs. This is at all-time highs, right? So if this can just hold on at all, some good relative strength that we're seeing there in IWM. So it's another story that the small guys are super interested. And like Mitch was talking, right, oil selling off. I think this is kind of the key to the day, because I don't think anyone trusts any like MOU that's signed. I don't think they're like, show me, and this is something that cannot be hidden and cannot be obscured. Show me the boats going through the strait. Show me people. They all have GPS trackers on them. You guaranteed hedge funds have rented satellites to watch them, right? You'll know when stuff starts flowing freely. You'll see oil continue to tank, and I think that gives a little bit of lift to the market. But with an inside day on the market, and the fact that we've got FOMC tomorrow with the new guy, so it's not a big deal in which they're going to do anything, because we just showed there's 99% chance nothing happens. But it's a big deal in the fact that this is the first time that the new guy speaks. It's the first time that we get someone out there who cares about, and he goes, okay, let's have a chat about what's happening here in the market, or what I want to do next when it comes to just seeing things. So I don't expect too much today. So maybe some more fade strategies might be something that makes sense, right? If we start getting to that prior high, we start getting that prior low, we fade on the other side. And for you guys who trade, your low float stuff, you don't really care, right? Just find the low float name to jure. For the hangover kind of setup that I've been talking about automating, there's CAST and VSME in it. Those are the only two that kind of made the cut. Looks like VSME already kind of tanked off the open there, but those are the only two. It's been kind of slow in small cap land, I've noticed as well, at least for what my bot's finding for me.
Small cap land needs to wake up, but I'll tell you one thing. Did you check out the second chance, of course, traders? Here's an offer that even your broker isn't giving you right now. From June 8th through June 25th, Trade the Pool is giving the first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. Get after it, traders. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the eval, Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right, a real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. This is the one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event. Once it's gone forever. The clock is ticking. Click now in the hub link to get your description. And of course, join Trade the Pool and secure your second chance before this exclusive offer disappears. Let's go back here to Michael and take a look into the market as we kick things off into it. It's 9:20. We're getting ready to the action, ready to rock and roll out there, guys. How you guys doing out there? It seems like it's going to be another beautiful day here. What will we get into? SPY's a little bit up there, right? I think one of the things is there's not too many often times where we get a gap move like this and we don't fill some of the gap, right? So that's the one thing that I'm wondering here. Will we start to see some daily pullback at some point? I'm kind of expecting it, but it's just kind of one of these things that just doesn't happen too often, this kind of gap up move on the Qs, but we'll see it. The last time we were really kind of doing this was when we were rocketing off in May. Let's see if we can continue this just epic rally, right?
Qatar Energy is ready to resume. Yeah, Qatar Energy is ready to resume LNG production at Ras Laffan very quickly.
Oil
so
is a widowmaker for a reason.
Yeah, they're saying so. LNG. So let's look at what UNG. See if it's reacting.
Why are we not just shorting every pop in Boyle, dude? Just every single pop, just short the hell out.
Well, because it's the widowmaker, right? That's what. Yeah, I'm sure you saw the video of the crying hedge fund manager. That's what he did. I don't know why. That again, I'll someday maybe that'll be our education segment. We'll just talk about that guy because it's actually a hilarious story. I don't know why he decided to record that and put it on YouTube with him wearing a Rolex, but the whole story is wild. But yeah, he shorted or sold calls naked in LNG or UNG and I think the futures and made tons and tons of money until the day he didn't, which is why if anyone comes to you and says, I have a track record, I've made money for like 3 months straight with my strategy, you laugh. You go, okay, congratulations. Right. Show me a 25-year back test, something like that, because that was one of those that he raised a whole bunch of money, became a giant hedge fund manager, and bam, right? Eventually selling naked calls on something that they call the widowmaker is going to come for you eventually. It's not even naked puts, right? Where you sell a naked put, it's like, okay, you own natural gas, maybe at a shitty price, and you got to like work your way out of it over time. You're taking a hit. That sucks. Naked calls, that's a completely different beast because as we know, if you look at natural gas, it can spike insanely very, very quickly. You can have rips, this can trade like a biotech. It can double out of the blue. It can triple for no reason and then kind of work its way back down. It's like people who short the VIX for a living and they think they're onto something. And it's one of those things. It works until it doesn't, right? Every now and then you're shorting the VIX, you're making money. It's one of those strategies that shorting the VIX will make money 90+% of the time, and then every now and then it won't, and you'll be done, right? So when I talk about I'm selling my puts around earnings, that's because I'm okay with selling puts, knowing that this Adobe I think was the last one, right? I sold a put down here. You guys saw it live at 200 before earnings, got full max profit, mostly max profit on that one. And it's because if I own Adobe at 200, it's not the end of the world. I own 100 shares of Adobe at 200. It's like, okay, right? I own $20,000 with Adobe. I can figure out a way to get out of that position. But selling naked calls, that's again a completely different beast. So yeah. And that's a good point too, Tax says. Always remember that natty gas is a byproduct. No one goes and makes natural gas kind of on purpose. It's you're drilling for oil and then you find natural gas, and for years people just burnt it for like no reason. And then they're like, holy smokes, this thing is actually incredibly useful that we've just been completely discarding. So generally, if you're talking about a natural gas play, you can talk about an oil play at the same time. You can go through and kind of link those. But just looking at SpaceX, I know everyone's still interested in it. There's a little undercut of that support at 200 and rip back through. I know you were talking about that there, Mitch. So we did break that 200 and then ripped right back through. So we're at 202, 203. Again, it seems like that's where we're going to open.
Watching the party, right?
And again, this is one that is a great trader.
This is also like the families, the money managers. They're getting in. I mean, I don't think they're waiting. I think they already got in.
Well, they have. It's very interesting the way he did it, where that in 15 days from IPO, it's going to be in the queues. So if you want to front run that, he basically gave you a 15-day window to buy in.
100%.
Knowing that, and the first sales that can take place are also 15 days in. So the day it gets added to the queues is the first day that anybody with shares can actually unload some. So it creates this, okay, I know it's going to be in the queues in this 15 days, so I need to kind of then get out of that position or get into the position quickly if I'm going to be someone, because a lot of these indexes and hedge fund managers are really just closeted index matchers, right? They just want to beat the queues or do the same as the queues. So there's no way you're going to do that without owning some SpaceX. You're going to have to get that same exposure that you're going to get in. Also, the larger it is on day 15, the bigger representation it will have on the queues, because the queues is another market weight index. So again, every power on planet Earth that Elon can muster right now is going to be focused on keeping this thing up so that when it enters the queues, it enters at a big place, right? If this IPO'd and got cut in half, well, then it would be probably the 20th largest company in the queues, as opposed to rallying, and now it might be the 4th or 5th largest company in the queues. That's something that we all know that Elon would be very, very concerned as well. Someone's talking about China news. FXI, is that moving? Yeah, fell down there. I don't know what the China news is, but down quite a bit. That's for sure this morning.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find anything.
China. Isn't he supposed to be coming soon though?
I thought they were gonna hang out, the two. He went over there.
I thought
he's coming.
And have a powwow. Might as well invite Jerome Powell. Ha ha. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's see what happens here. Can the party stay alive? I'll talk about another trade that I've talked about here a little while back. What about the DraftKings trade? 2 days pullback. Can we get a continuation above the 30s? This looks like a nice little setup today. I like to bring you guys trades right before the bell here. Let's take a look at that trade. A little gambling. I love gambling. Do you love gambling? Let me know. DraftKings is going to be interesting. See another rip above 30s here. Would be a nice little rip higher, guys. You got some nice pullback. Now you look for the continuation. Sideways at the top. It's always good signs. Another name you can look at with this, right, is Flutter Entertainment. Take a look to see if that can drive right back up to the 110s, to the 117. And then you could look to see if you get some SRAD. One of the things that I started to see yesterday was some of the cyclical area also playing in. And that's the one area that I'd kind of keep an eye out for right now. You're also seeing leisure names really have a good time, right? Auto, truck, and dealerships are going to have a good time today. So like a Carvana, right, that recently had a split, CVNA, right? So I like to give different plays out there that most people aren't maybe thinking about. Carvana had a split, but look how it's just gone sideways off of that split. It's hanging out there. Can it get to move higher? I think you have levels to go off of when you had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks kind of sideways here. I don't know. To me, that gives me an ability to at least know where the support is. Let's take a look to see if we start to get a drive back in Carvana. All right, we'll see what happens on that. Our truck
Cardano.
dealerships could also help Tesla get the lift. If you start to see Tesla lifting, you could look at these names, right?
You know what I was thinking? We haven't had a short squeeze season in a while. And I spent my whole yesterday morning ranting about how everyone's short the market and the market's ripping. But like we haven't, you know how like every couple months it just seems like every crappy shorted stock on planet Earth starts to rip. Seems like it's been a while. Maybe something we got to take a look at.
We were having the short squeeze just a little while ago. You don't remember?
Well, I just mean like in the junky names, like in the, let me actually go to Finviz.
We had it just a little while ago when the market started to head down. So like when we had this recent scare on Friday, the 5th, so June 5th, we were having that type of action, right? We were having that dash for trash look. So I think we already went through that cycle, Michael. At least that's what I would say. Maybe ask Josh. Josh is better in the small caps, can tell us if we maybe went through a little bit of a strong cycle and then went back to like the dry well.
Like open, like these kind of names,
well,
GameStop.
I have a short interest scanner here, and I can give you some of the names that were showing up there. Let's take a look to see what's like maybe up for like the month. Like an MTEN, a CMCO. That's a high short name that's been doing well.
Yeah, and
HIMS,
just FYI,
HIMS,
again.
HIMS is a good one. HIMS is a good one, Michael. If you want one right now that's squeezing type, the HIMS, definitely a good one. Here's the bell, guys. Let's get after it. You know what time it is. That means put the boxing gloves up. That means protect yourself first, but don't get scared about taking a hit and giving one back, baby. Let's go. That's how you do it. You stay within your distance, right? You lean back right where the jab's going to hit you, but it's not going to hit you hard. But as soon as that jab hits you, you give them one good back right in that jaw. Let's get after it, traders.
So RSP up,
tip.
RSP up, SPY down. That's like the biggest takeaway I see right off the open, right? Average stock up. You've got everyone else down. So the big guys are getting hammered just a little bit. Everyone else is doing just fine, having a good day. So just make sure you're trading the right size.
We'll see what happens out there. But getting after the day, let's go, traders. Let's go.
SpaceX rip off the open here up to the 210s. The highs here I see are 215. SpaceX becomes so from Walter, SpaceX is the 5th most valuable company in the world right now. So
and
congratulations.
He's trying to make a move a little bit there. There's some volume that went in, but nothing moved yet.
Well, if SpaceX ripping, we know any should be moving up with it, right? It should be a percent for percent.
Right? But we'll see.
But I guess it needs the volume for people to be worthwhile. Whoa, ripping now. Okay, 210s. Remember, 215s are what I see as an all-time high. That might be the place to look at. So what is the exact? I'll give you guys the exact number. 215.53. So we're at 212s now. Huge opening rip. I wonder if this is going to be the same.
Leading out the gates here. Big ripped in aerospace and defense names. Those are pushing strong here, guys. Right out the gates here. I'll give you some of those names pushing. Of course, what's in that aerospace and defense? You know it.
SpaceX
it's right there. The rocket, baby.
I was going to say,
the
SpaceX.
Rocket.
Is it in yet?
And so yes, man. In my outlook.
Oh yes, because you're using MSCI. Yeah, you're not using the ETF. You're using the MSCI classification.
So this tells you that you should look at the XLI. You should be looking at the industrial trade, like GE. That's been on a complete takeoff since 300. I've mentioned that name. Look at that takeoff. That continues to push today. And you could look at different aerospace names like HWM. That's doing really well. Homeit Aerospace doing really good there. Rocket Labs could be a nice recovery play that I'm looking at today. And then just look to see more in this space. Diversified industrials is the way I'm playing it with ETN, but you guys can look around out there. PH looking good and other names. So ETN is one of my biggest positions on right now, just to mention. Financial services pushing, basic materials getting a nice push. Gold, I love gold pushing. Copper looking good here out there. The SCCO getting a little bit of a rebound. Real estate, utilities, defensives, and what's in the red? Well, technology's in the red here. Communication services and energy's in the red. Interesting to see technology down today. What's dragging technology is the software area today. The tug of war continues. Now it goes back to the AI names, like electronic computer distribution names. A name there that I'd watched that was recently strong, NSIT. Just had a pullback to the 9 EMA. You guys know how I love my 9 EMA pullbacks. We'll see what happens. NSIT.
All right, just putting out some orders here because we got Oscar ripping again. Just cannot stop this thing. Bring that up here. Man. Yeah, it looks like this one may breaking out to new highs here. Again, I have OSCX now from 37 a share, and it's at 108. Just crazy. So, getting down to my last chunk that I'll just own forever or trail. It's a leverage ETF, so I don't want to be in it for the rest of my life, but I'll just kind of trail from there.
For the rest of my life, at least.
That's the natural degradation. So it's funny, we have software down today, and we also have Bitcoin down. So these are starting to line back up again.
ETN taking off there, guys. That was on the playbook. It's nice push there towards the 412s. Can we get a move in an energy player? And I'm looking for energy plays, Michael. I don't know if you've gotten your CEG again or names like that, but CEG is making the lift already. I talked about that before the bell. That's already had a nice little move there. $7 move. If you like that move, that's a good move there. All of these names in the green. I told you about GEV, my friend. Now look at that takeoff in GEV. You might have to get back in on that one. But NEE is another name to look at if you want a steady Eddie play, maybe for like the investment account or thinking like that mentality. NEE would be a great one. I would like put that one in the retirement, at least myself, right? You guys do what you want to do, but I think that one's one of the great ones to look at in the mentality. And for that mention, you can look at Southern Company also, SO, as being a name that you guys can see this start to appreciate. So if you like the boring play that's going to do well, that's the boring one. The interesting ones are the independent power producers like VST up 3% already. I gave you guys these this morning. There was a reason why. I wanted them, but I don't have the buying power, and it's like that sometimes, right? But VST looks great. TLN looks great. I love all these. TLN already just opened up their Amazon data center. Yes, an actual one that is opening. So that's the important thing. Take a look at that TLN chart. It's one of the prettiest charts in the market here. We'll take a look at that really quickly. Then we'll go back to Michael here. It's literally one of the prettiest charts, I think, out there in the market right now. So when it's pretty, it means that I need to know it, and it means that I need to have it. Let's take a look here at the chart. You guys can see it as clear as day, right? I mean, look at that trend line. Look at that break. I mean, can you get prettier than this? Michael's a CMT. He can tell me. I'll just put it this way. This one's for the book.
Man, it's a big flag.
And what I love is like this fake out here when it fakes out, right? So you get this fake out here. Then you get this breakdown. Everyone gets rid of it. It comes back. They're like, oh, I got it. They get washed again, and now it's really taking off. Look at the velocity when it goes up. The velocity goes in like 2 or 3 days, like 50, 60 points. The down is a chop down. It's elevator move up. That's something I want to own. We'll see what happens on those names. Don't say I don't give you guys any. CEG looking great this morning. Let's go, ETN. Continue your takeoff. Let's go. Back to you, Michael.
I'll just point out that the SPY is struggling with a pre-market high, inside day. Not too much going on from that front, so just be a little bit careful there when it comes to taking big bets on kind of market related names, and just say, okay, it's time to chill out just a little bit. And
I got someone in the chat question TAC asking for water plays really quickly here. I'll run through some really quickly. AWK, ATRG. You know what? I'll give you the whole list. Just give me a second. I'll just post it in the chat here for you.
AWK. That's an interesting chart, that one. Nice tight low base here on AWK.
Yeah. It's not the sexy plays as I'd call it, but hey, if you want the list, here you go. Let me take off the symbols by
fat
TC
dividend on
2000
this one.
and put symbols by Money Mitch.
Fat dividend, nearly 1% a quarter. So you're making 4% a year if you like the name, just by buying it and sitting on it. If you think there's going to be some explosion in water stocks, getting a nice 4%, getting a nice 4% dividend while you wait. It's not the worst thing that's ever happened to you.
There you go, my friend. I posted it up there for you, Tack. Don't say it. I don't give you to. I am the man for the plan. If you want a theme and you want to attack it, AWK is one of them. ATRG would be your next cap name at $10.6 billion. And you got SBS. AWR is your American name. So I like that one. You want your American names, right? We know about that. So to me, AWR would be an interesting one to take a look at. You can see that on the monthly. You can also see it how it holds 75 turnaround. So 75 is your turnaround level, and you start to take a look. Can you start to climb there in AWR? So there's your water play that I like too. AWR, that looks great.
This little Twitter edition they made that gives you like the real time quotes if someone uses the dollar cash tag or whatever they call it. It's pretty neat. Where it just like puts it in a little box. Just it's a way I can watch SpaceX now because that's the most recent tweet thing. But tried to make that run at pre-market highs. Now it's resting just a little bit here. So there's our second 5-minute candle. First opening 5-minute range was big. Then we had this nice little kind of doji spinning top, whatever you want to call it, indecision candle. Now let's see what this next candle seems like. It's kind of the most important one here. Where do we get a pop up or do we get some sort of a pullback after that?
Come on, USA.
14. And then, yeah, the rest of the market I'm just looking at is just, if you're trading crazy stuff, you don't really care. But the market is just hanging out here at these pre-market highs. Yeah, and tax giving SpaceX proxies, and I think it's probably to the point where the vacuum from Rocket Lab, Virgin Galactic is probably nearing an end, so they're probably going to start trading more together, maybe.
Money's in 3 different areas today, guys. It's 4. I'd say industrials, basic materials, financials, and utilities. The rest of the market struggling or not really.
Well, and we talked about this morning. This makes perfect sense to me. You've got huge move.
Airlines.
Us bulls want it to chill out a little bit, and then you have a huge unknown tomorrow. Not what the number is. We know what the number is.
Airlines,
it is unchanged. What we are worried about is the dude just going to go out there and start cursing on stage? We haven't really seen this guy talk. He hasn't done one of these type of reports before. So everyone's like, okay, can we grill him? Can we get some information about what kind of Fed chair he'll be? And it's like you get a new boss at your job. You want to start asking him some questions. What do you think of some things? What's your what's your thought on firing people randomly? You want to just have that kind of one-on-one, and that's what the market's looking for, right?
So, did Trump pull your leg yet?
Yeah. Does he come in with a black eye and says we have to lower rates? Rates must go down.
We have a
SpaceX
relaunch happening here. Like my kids would say, that's 3, 2, 1 blast off there. Above the 210s. Volume coming in there with it too, so good action there. I think the SPCX levels to watch are mainly on the 1 hour level. That's when I've been seeing hold. So that makes sense because institutions love the 1 hour charts. So look at the 1 hour chart as your kind of proxy if you're looking for undercuts. There's the any alert, man. I got the any alert.
We do have options now. Wow, and we have weekly options already on SpaceX. So degens, have fun. So I can make if I make a bet right now that this thing's not going to get to 350, and if it does, I'm okay with selling 100 shares. I can make $500 off of that. So I'm going to make that. I'm going to sell, one call 40. No, I can make $50. Duh. Sorry. No, I was like, that's insane. So where is the real juice? Yeah, it's like where's the real juice? I can make $150 in 2 days if I say it won't get to 300 in 2 days. I don't know. That seems like that could happen. What's funny is none of the just look at my broker anyway. And here I can show you guys, I think, without doxing myself here. So this is the options chain, but it hasn't filled in any of the Greeks for any of you option guys. It's all zeros.
Your own pricing model. Ooh.
Well, I just think that it's my broker. You could ask very quickly to like a chat GPT to do the Black-Scholes on it. But yeah, so just know, so these are, right. So yeah, 350, I could click on that. I could make $47 in 2 days off 100 shares.
Honestly,
you annualize that out.
It's
not bad.
Nice tip to have. Love though, airlines ripping, guys. That was just simple trade, right? Oil down, airlines up. I mean, sometimes that's simple, guys. Bounce back in Dave and Buster's. Ooh, that's a squeezy type. That looks to me like short to pop, but what do you think about that, Michael? Look at this pop on Dave and Buster's. Yeah. It like got deleted today, and look at the rebound. Oh my god. That's
play, right? Yeah.
Yeah, play.
I wish I had sold options on that.
Look at that.
That is the option sellers winning bigly, right? They're making a bunch on this.
Yeah, man, that one's wicked. Can it continue or does it reject here? That's the interesting part. To me, it looks like a pop to short, but that's just because this is definitely short squeezy type, right? So I would look for one more move attempt towards 1250 and then look to see if it breaks down. But that's just the way that I like it on play. Could be a quick short, right? We'll see.
Always a shame that it's not that Playboy doesn't have the ticker play. That's
I mean,
it's
they
always
don't have a bad ticker though.
It's always a shame.
LBY. That's pretty close.
You could do better.
Yeah, I mean play.
But I want what's the guy's name? Turtle guy from
Tuttle?
The Turtle. I want him to. He won't tell. I guess he's not allowed to say how much they paid him for SpaceX, but he's like hinted it's money because he owned SPCX. So I guess just like people did in the 90s, right? You'd grab the guy who bought Coke.com or whatever. You could grab these domains and just sit on them. He did the same with tickers.
Yeah, you do the same thing with tickers. That's what a lot of the ETFs do. A lot of the ETFs do this already, Michael. A ton of them
just
have
open
them.
up. You know, you
just
spend
get paid.
Well, because it costs $250,000 roughly to open an ETF from the research that I had done
looks
before.
Awesome right here, guys. Just to mention the trade.
Right. So you buy that and you sit on it, and so he would need to have at least paid him back for that, plus a chunk of profits. So I'd say the guy probably doubled his money at least. And you just open up an ETF and know no one's going to trade it for a while.
Let's see if DraftKings does a little takeoff here. I like this setup. You can take it in the day trade account. I haven't even been using the day trade account too much, but let's see if the DraftKings wants to make a move today. DKNG. Let's see it.
There's SpaceX. Boom. That's through highs now.
There you go. There you go. 215s. Running into some volume, but definitely through that high.
SPCU. What's that doing? It's just dumb things.
I don't think those are working, man. You're not seeing the volume on them. I wouldn't be using those. I really wouldn't be using those. I'm going to tell you right off the back how I feel about that. Like, I already looked into it. The liquidity is so low. There's just no point. Yeah, you're trying to get a return, but if you have no liquidity, especially with our 5% rule, you're gonna get yourself into trouble. I guarantee
2 million
it.
shares today on this one. It's on
I'm
2 million
telling you, on
shares
the 1 minute,
today alone.
I can tell you
let's
I've
see.
already messed up 2 trades, Michael, by trading the leverage ones.
Well,
Because you
it's
get
things
over
we
the
don't need.
5% rule,
just
and then you get ruined.
Just like on on the last candle, it did 47,000 shares. So 5% of that is, well, 10% would be 5,000. So as long as you're doing less than 2,500 shares. Now, yesterday, they could have just been worse, but it's going to change day to day.
Let's see if it gets
Just
it. DraftKings, who's the king of the draft?
So that's our new high there. So it's 220. Again, I wouldn't short this, It seems pretty wild here. Oscar did a little pop, little reversal there. So I didn't get I was reaching there for some orders out there, but didn't end up quite getting them. Whatever Z-Deg is. I've been watching this because I'm in it. ZDEG. EDG. Interesting little look. I'm trying to gap up. I'm trying to hold that gap there. But yeah, new highs on the old SpaceX. Man, we're never going to hear the end of it if it actually gets to what Josh say was 470. If it actually gets there by the end of the week, like he was saying on Friday,
it won't get
won't hear the end.
That's just drugs.
Well, only 4% of the float exists, so you could do crazy.
Nah, man. Put it this way: I'll take the bet. He wants to sell it to me.
You could sell some options right now. Right?
Not
you
get
can do
much.
it. Yeah, but if you're right,
You're not getting
you
much
get
at 400,
a couple $100.
dude.
You get a couple $100.
Yeah,
if you
a couple
did a couple hundred shares
thousands
worth.
to get a couple $100. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's the way you take the bet. That's what the market is priced in as the bets work. It's the beauty of the option space. I love. It's kind of like how I like
options,
the
man.
predictions markets. Yeah, they're only bad if you're buying them. They're lovely if you're selling them. I went through and I calculated the last quarter of earnings, and it was a good, tidy profit. I think I won on every single trade except one was a break even for my option selling. So I'm going to do it again next quarter. So maybe I'll do a little get Claude to put together a little dashboard of something. These aren't magic trades, they're just me looking at a chart, seeing if it's overextended and just looking at the market maker move and taking a trade. Nice little income ones. SpaceX 217 continuing to rock. I did want to point out IVG here. So we're looking at the software, the ETF. We talked about how this holding this area after it broke out, came back and tested. That's great. I want another couple days like this, and then I'm going to start to add back in what I sold in IVG here, just because it's a really nice looking potential play. I still own a bunch from 70s, but as soon as we got into the hundreds, I'd love to say I just sold a bunch up here, but on the way up here, as soon as we hit like that $100, took some out, comes back, holds again, then I'll take the trade after that. And SPY just turned positive, but this isn't the day to really be watching the market. Look how trapped inside yesterday's range we are. On everything. Semiconductors as well, although getting close there on semis. RSP tried to break highs and kind of failed there. Everything's just kind of meandering inside of a range. But thankfully, right, we rotated into XLF and we rotated into XLV. XLF has been amazing. XLV not so much, which is funny because I thought it'd be the opposite. I'll take them. Financials have been great over the last couple days. Here, seeing what's going on here with SpaceX. New high again. Let's see if it can hold. Now I think this is the area to watch. If you want to mark a zone, you mark that prior 215 highs. We broke 215. Now, can we hold it, or is this just we break through yesterday's high and then come back in? we got to be able to stick the landing here at least for a minute in order to get that kind of continuation. Coles, D-Nut. Made 50 from SpaceX on Friday. Yeah. If you had bought it right off the open, you got that 150 fill and held it.
Like, I don't know. I don't have to look back exactly where I got the fill, but I think I had like the best strategy. I almost, when you have a strategy that you don't even want to tell people, I was like, should I tell everybody about it? And I was like, I don't even want to tell anybody about it because I felt like it was like a good hack around. Right. So sometimes you gotta know the ways to play it. I did the stop entry.
Yeah, that's a common
the best
one.
way to play it because it triggers immediately, right? The data comes in, it triggers.
And some brokers just have a what they call a market on open order, which is what this technically would have been. So I know a lot of people, like Interactive Brokers does, right? You can look it up, see if your broker has it. It's market on open, usually just abbreviated as MOC. And it just means whatever the opening auction is, because every stock, whether you see it or not, has an opening auction, and that determines the opening price. You're just saying, get me a part of that. Whatever that price is, I'm going to get it. Beauty is you don't really have to worry about slippage. Because you're not buying at the ask or anything. You're just doing whatever the opening price, and then that away we go. And it ends up being a great way to trade IPOs. I think you can do it in stocks at unhalt as well. I don't know. But yeah,
it's a good one.
220, man. And that's brokers. I don't think you're going to get a market on open order in like Robinhood. So it's going to depend on your broker whether or not they offer that order for you. It's one of the main reasons I like Interactive Brokers is. They have insane. If you ever go to Interactive Brokers and you look at the order types they have, it's like a 34-page PDF. It's ridiculous, but you can find an order type for just about anything. Which, when you have a good strategy, that's your next goal, is to see how well you can potentially execute it. Only trade for me so far is the CAST, and this is one of these hangovers. It was an opening range breakdown short. You can see this had a huge rip here, and now it's looking to potentially come down here and fill the gap just a little bit. And this is the hangover kind of setup that I'm back to looking at. That's what I love. I just finished listening to chapter 2 of the Market Wizards book, and that gave me another 2 strategies to test. So
We'll hear a little bit about that. I got a trade for you, Michael. I know you love these types of trades. I like to bring you these, man, because I can't take them, but I know you love these. This is up your alley. What about a Chipotle trade here off the monthly turn on the 31? It's having a nice action day. It's come back to support. Of course, Chipotle used to be one of the strongest brands out there. Really. I mean, it's halved since the CEO. Right? Is this the turn?
Move to the Bucks. Maybe.
Is this
a nice undercut? I would have loved it in closer to the 30. When it broke that.
Maybe you put an alert back down to 31s or something. Maybe you look to see if you get that opportunity. Right? Yeah. But you've had some really good, nice strength in the last 9 days. So you need like a 50% retracement. 31s seem to make sense for me there. If you get 31s and you can risk down to 29s or 30s. This seems like a great turnaround type of trade, right? So the weekly also, just to mention, RSI and MACD look great. And normally on a stock that's going down like this, it's hard to make that look great, right? Because the stock's just been on a Chipotle, you got the bad guac, not the good guac. And
I haven't looked at Starbucks in a while. Is he turning that ship around?
He's turned it, man. He's completely turned the boat, man. This is a CEO I believe in. I can't believe I'm saying it. There's very few that I'm
look at that base. This is a weekly chart. If he's gonna,
and even better, Michael, he knows that he needs to sell the Chinese assets. He went looking for a sell and couldn't find it. He's gonna sell them. He's gonna sell the Chinese assets. And he's going to keep the U.S. side, and he's going to try to do maybe some European expansion or something like that. But he's done well. He's brought Starbucks, I think, back to where it was. He's focusing on customer service. He's working back like small touches, like they started doing all this printout labeling crap and then like attaching it to your cup, and it felt like you just had like a sticker on your cup, dude. No one likes that feeling when you're grabbing your cup. What I liked about Starbucks is the personality factor, right? They grab your cup. They're like, what's your name, dude? All right, I'm going to write it down here because I can't, print it out. But, I just write it down on a marker. Put a little smiley face. Hey, little touches, dude. Little touches. He brought him back.
Yeah, well, it just technically, right? That's a huge wedge, right? If you just draw the trend line up and down, though these wedges break, they can be explosive as hell. So if you're looking for a long-term kind of investment, if that wedge breaks, the measured move would be a double, because the low of the wedge is around 50, the high is 100. So if you just measure that out and you say, well, if he's gonna do that, then he could double the trade. So that's
sometimes you need a turnaround type of guy, right? And we have a turnaround type of guy here. Let's bring him on. Jesse, what's going on, Jesse? Turn it around. What's going on, man?
SpaceX, man, like a rocket this morning.
Dude.
Up $12 in the first 2 minutes.
The market can't even do like the SpaceX grabber and grab it, man. You can't do it.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And we're flirting with highs at 220 right now. My 5 shares are looking good. I've taken 1 trade.
5 shares?
Yeah. At what is it? 135.
All buying power used.
No, I shouldn't. That's right. No, so I took 1 trade this morning in the TradethePool account. I got one. I have 5 shares though from opening day. Unlike Michael, who's got like a ton. I should have. My wife and I are like, man, we should have bought 20. Should have bought 50 shares. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Did you get to choose how much? Because again, I went for 1,000. I wanted 1,000 shares, and they just gave. That's what they gave me. I didn't get a choice.
Everyone had the raffle look, Michael. I heard everybody everyone got like everyone was pretty much saying like they got more than they expected. Right?
We asked.
Yeah, I figured I'd get 5.
We asked for 5. We got 5. But looking at it now, it's like we should have asked for 20. We should have asked for 50.
As we speak, there she goes again.
Yeah, but the thing is a tie-up. The thing is a tie-up. I don't think we can forget about the tie-up, guys. I think that's still a factor, right? It still has to play a factor, right?
At least for me, I don't know how it worked for your broker. I did have to to get 100 at 135. I did have to remove $135,000 worth of buying power from my broker for like 2 weeks. Okay. You know what I mean? I had to. They like, we need to make sure you got the money if we're gonna give it to you, right? Sure. So that was a bit of a pain.
And I think you needed to call your broker and be like, I'm your good friend. Don't forget me.
Remember my name, please.
I think they could have done it too. And, I said buying, you didn't need the cash. You needed at least the margin, right? So I was able to still trade. I just had to always keep in mind that margin was being tied up. And then I bet you for that week, I haven't checked, but I bet you for that week or two, they charged me the interest on the margin. Let's make a little bit of that, like that a little back. But yeah, we broke 120 and so far we're holding above. I want to know, I got to ask someone because I haven't checked if there's shorts available, because if there's shorts available, that could explain a lot of this. People could be really trying to lean on the short side, and we could just be hitting one of those perpetual short squeezes where, people hate Elon for whatever reason. Now. It wasn't a huge float. It's only 4% of the float is out there. It could be. It's just, that's crazy. That you're shorting this
volume on it is crazy. I mean, it's like 60.64 million volume share right now. You compare that even to MU, which is at 6.79 million. I mean, it's just like, this is really astronomical numbers.
So it looks like there's a ton of people shorting through Hyperliquid right now. So that's not smart.
225s. Look at this, and it's still going. It's still ripping.
There's TradethePool for a reason. Smart guys.
Exactly. Get a trade the pool account. Trade it here. Trade it here.
There's someone that opened up a contract right out the gates, 5x leveraged. 5x open that.
Here's the thing. What we've been open now the market's been open for 33 minutes, and it has followed the 9 perfectly. It has not dropped below the 9 and held. It's just been going up the whole time.
Even if you took a short, like I took a short yesterday, right? Like I got out. I didn't take a big hit, but that's the idea, right? And then the idea is also take longs in between. I think this is a good scalping vehicle right now, right? Like that's what I would be thinking. If you're a day trader, like this is the vehicle you want to be in right now. This is the vehicle that's going to make you and lose you accounts right now, baby. I'll tell you that right now. You want to make an account? It's right here. I'll tell you right now. Okay, like
so
it's just how can you play this? Another thing is look at the pattern. Is it repeating? It's a push up, it's a pull back. It's a push up, it's a pull back. It's a push up, it's a pull back. So just play the game, guys. Play the game.
The current tradable float is 555 million shares.
That's a lot.
So it's trading 10 to 15%. It's already done over 10% of the float today alone.
But the thing is also is that since it's such a big float, it's not gonna like the shorts won't affect it as much and the longs won't affect it as much, guys. That's a big float. That's not a small float.
Where do we realistically see this thing going in the next few weeks? We're not as optimistic as Josh, right?
I had it above 200 and then take down below IPO open. That's what I have. I have it going above this 200 and at some point going back to that IPO and undercutting it. Because that's if I look at the life cycle or I look at any expert that does IPOs, that's exactly what they tell me to do. Wait for that IPO cut down. And that's when you want to be ready to invest, Jesse. So if anything, you should be now thinking, okay, I do want to become an investor in this, but I'm going to wait to get it at a discounted price. When everyone's panicked in the streets, I'm going to be ready to buy. So now I start to save up the money and ready to buy those shares, not chasing the action to the upside. If you're buying up here at 220s, I think you're doing it completely wrong. Personally, that's just my opinion. I think you're doing it completely wrong, buying up here at 220s. But hey, to each his own, right? Especially if you're trying to open like an investment opportunity. I mean, why didn't you open it up at 150, right? Like now, it doesn't really make sense to be opening up something that has gone up so much already. Like you're just putting yourself at risk. Right.
Yeah. And just for reference for people, like, how much is 550 million shares? That is 1/3 of Starbucks. And I just picked Starbucks because we were just talking about it for a little bit. Right. So it's got Starbucks has about 1.5 billion shares in its float. And then Apple's got 14 billion shares in its float. So, it's definitely on the higher float. The stuff that I guess Josh trades will have like 5 million instead of 500 million.
I consider low flow under 100 million. So that's just the way that I consider it. That's also the redhead. That'd be like your Cameron Ross level. Under 100 million, low float. Mid floats are between, let's say, from there up towards like 1 billion, right? And then you got like high float past that, right? But if you're in the 100 millions, at least you have the true liquidity, right? And there's liquidity there, right? It actually exists. Like the high flyer penny stocks are 30 million and lower. And I don't even trade anything that's like, let's say 5 million. That's just trash, dude. That's just the trash out there. But you can trade it. Don't get me wrong, but that's trash, right? Like you got to know what's trash and what's quality. So like the ones that have like 30 million, those are the ones that usually have that really big run because they got enough of the float to actually have some shorts put on, right? So the covering doesn't go so fast. When it's 5 million, the covering comes fast. That's the difference, right? That's the difference. There's actually more juice to the gas pedal, right?
Well, and then also it's good to differentiate liquidity and float for people who are confused, right? You can have a million share float company that does 10 million shares in volume today, and you can have a billion share float company that doesn't trade at all, right? So it's that those two components, right? So SpaceX is both fairly high float and then really high liquidity, right? It's 670 million shares done today is nuts. Like let's take a look. What has Apple done? Because Apple is usually one of like the highest liquidity instruments in the world. It's done half that, right? So is that right? Oh geez, no, it's on 1/20th of that. I thought it was 30 million shares. It's done 3 million shares. So it's similarly priced, but just no one really cares about Apple right now versus SpaceX. So it just shows you just good ways to compare and say, okay, how much money is flowing through is another way to look at it. There is 20x the money flowing through SpaceX right now that it's flowing through Apple, like one of the largest companies on planet Earth. And it's just because it's in play. It will be in play for a couple weeks. Everyone will forget about it. It will, end up doing whatever it's doing and be just like any other stock where it will react when there's a news event and then just kind of meander around when there's not.
All right,
Elon came out today. Yeah, he said that it's going to acquire AnySphere, the developer of the widely used AI coding assistant Cursor. It's a $60 billion deal aimed at strengthening its position in the enterprise artificial intelligence market. So that's interesting.
Yeah, what I'm noticing is
I wonder is this a different, because this is I just looked at the name. This is AnySphere
company, right?
3D. Is there a different, maybe AnySphere is not actually traded.
Is this private? Yeah, this is probably private. Probably private.
That's so this is probably what this candle is a bunch of algos like freaking out because it does say AnySphere, so I just assumed, but now that I look at it, it's AnySphere 3D. So it's probably like completely different. It's got nothing to do with space or AI or anything. But no, and thanks, Josh, because when you said Cursor, I'm like, that's a fairly new technology. So it's probably a fairly new company. So there's probably a whole bunch of people that got confused like us. It's like back in the day, I remember when they said Twitter was going public, there was a company called Twitter that was listed on the New York Stock Exchange that did something. It was like a packaging company or something. I think they changed their name after that, but the stock just like tripled for no reason and then tanked back down.
So I was actually looking to use Cursor AI. So I can tell you guys a little bit about that. It's a really high trend right now for click kind of tools on agents. So it can really do really well for like procedures where you need to actually click and do tasks on your computer, where a lot of the agent AI desktops just struggle right now. Like let's say taking over from a browser to an app to your files, right? Where it can really kind of click. And I think what really helped this company was they got a mention from Jensen, where Jensen said that this was one of the #1 tools that their engineers were using, and that just sparked it like wildfire. So I was looking at using Cursor AI for like, let's say like bot trading or things like that. And then also like different like tasks that I have to get done. But that's interesting. There's a reason why. And private AI tools are a great way to make purchases right now. So small companies have great potential rewards right now. I mean, dude, there's so many jobs that you could be doing out there, guys. If you guys are looking at jobs and you're looking at like changing your career, that's what you should be looking at. Mom and pop AI services, things that you think have potential to grow. Oh, like that Cursor AI. Imagine you woke up today and now SpaceX owns it. Well, guess what? You better have hope that you have gotten some shares or some ownership of that spear when you went to go working for them.
Well, and a great way to
just
get
woke up rich.
Well, it's a great way to get extra liquidity too, right? Is that you no longer have to wait for your company to be listed because you're just going to wake up one day and they're going to say, "Here's your SpaceX shares. probably some sort of a rolling lockup period where you get to sell some right away and some in a couple months and some in a couple months after that. But you're like, great, I don't need to, wait for my company to IPO and do whatever. I can start being rich now, because as somebody who owned a pre-IPO company and was paid in shares for a while and watched the company get very, very high in value and then go bankrupt. It was like, oh, good. I would have loved some of that extra liquidity. At least take, give me half of them that I can take off the table. I wanted to get at least. It went bankrupt too quickly before I get a stock certificate, because I owned like 250,000 shares of this company, and I'm like, I just wanted a couple of the stock certificates to like hang up and just. Because like, what's 250,000 times 0? Right. You don't have to be the quant for that one.
No, you don't.
But, yeah, so it's something that's on the mind of everyone working at companies like this. Like, okay, it's great. I'm a millionaire or multi-billionaire on paper. What does that do for me? Like, I can't feed the family with paper profits. It has to be real. So when a company comes along and says, okay, we'll give you, we'll give you some. We'll give you a way out. Like, great. And even if they take a small haircut, like maybe, if they went public, they would have made more. It's like the whole bird in the hand is worth two in the bush type of, I'll take that and be very happy. Kind of walk away a happy man and take my SpaceX shares. And so now we've got a whole nother cohort of people that are hoping and praying SpaceX doesn't completely implode very, very quickly. Q's, again, just nothing's moving in the very flat.
Yeah. ETN still on the lift off there. That's one of my top plays, top position. It got over 16,000 in that position, doing really well right now as it continues to drive up. Let's go ETN. Energy plays, I think, are really good plays here, guys. Look at the CEG today. GEV mentioned it out the gates. Those types of energy plays continuing to rip higher. So
I'll be right back, and we're going to do some
focus on.
We're going to do some market wizard education. Just give me one second. I'll be right back,
market
guys.
Wizards.
Love it. Well, good morning, TAC. Good morning, Nigel. Good morning, the Crow Trades. Ingrid, good to see you guys all in chat. Up Mafia. Good morning. Happy Tuesday to you all.
Good morning, Ingrid. Good morning to all you guys out there. Running the inverse Mitch strategy. Go for it, Crow. Get it going. Dude, just pay me.
Right? He gets a percentage.
Right? Just pay me at least. I'll tell you every trade. You pay it. Just don't take the ETN, because that might lose you some money. I'll tell you which one is in the losers, and then you take those. There you go. There's nothing wrong with team trading, baby.
Not at all.
I believe in team trading.
There you go. Yeah, SpaceX, it's gone down. It's tapped the pre-market high, but it's curling back up maybe for some more. We're at 217s right now. So we'll see if it can recover and go back to high a day at 225. It has been strong. So strong today. Mike Hicks says, hello all, just over here making money on Tesla. Nice, Mike.
Make that money.
Make it. Make that money. What is old Tesla doing? I haven't traded that in a few weeks. 404, 405 right now. Okay.
Man, these energy plays today are the hot play. Was this one also a short, Crow?
This looks like it was a short for Mike. Mike, was yours a short? Looks like it must have been. Yep, long and now shorting. There you go. Yep.
There you go. Get after it.
So I can do a little rant here for a second while the market doesn't.
There's trades going on, guys. It's just in energy. It's that industrial trade today, guys.
Oh, and quickly, SpaceX coming down to that 215 area. So this is the area we need to see. We need to see a hold. Right, we broke 215, ran to 225. Now we're back to 215, and it's like, do we do we hold this? Do we break down? You know.
Wall.
Yep. Tapping
Everybody
VWAP.
put the shield wall. Shield wall on gift on. Shield wall, and then put a whole bunch of Elons behind it.
Exactly.
I got the
That's what
for the Twitter.
That's
right
what
now.
I figure I'll do when I'm a SpaceX holder for probably 90
you can
days.
Do memes now.
I just got to be one of those Elon stands that tweets on every post and ats Elon all the time to try to get mentioned and being that Elon Glazer dude.
Dude, you should see it. My Twitter goes green. My Twitter starts doing really well the moment I start mentioning Twitter, Elon in good mentions, and then all of a sudden I'll make one mention, and then all of a sudden, kapow! You get demonetized. You don't think that's put into the algo that if you make one bad comment about Elon, you get demonetized?
You're just gone.
And then there's idiots on Twitter just ranting about Elon. It's in a negative way. I'm yeah. Let's just say you're gonna get put into a good little sandbox.
That's right.
I just have
right over.
Michael, I'm currently reading the Unknown Market Wizards book that came out before
there you
the
go.
newest. Have you finished? Did you finish the newest? The one that just came out?
So what I'm doing for my channel, so I've got a little presentation here. Well, I'll just pull some of it, but I'm doing just a video a week. So I'm just doing a chapter a week because I like to really dig into these, so I sit there with a pen and a piece of paper while I'm listening or reading or whatever it is. Because for me as a systems guy, some of these can be absolute gold where you got someone, and again, like I mentioned, with these market wizards, it's not just some guy who's look, I made this call and look how awesome I am. It's here, no, give me every trade you've made over the last 10 years. Give me your audited, broker statements. And if you can't, I need to talk to the firm you were trading with. I need, so this guy does insane due diligence to make sure that you are completely legitimate. So then when you get someone like that, if they give you just a little tidbit about a trade that they make, as a systems guy, that's just gold, right? Because, you were doing the Unknown Market Wizard. If you got into you said you got to the Jason Shapiro chapter, right? I am. And for those who don't know, he's the guy who kind of inspired me to look at the commitment traders data. He's a crotchety old dude.
He is crotchety.
And his basic premise, which I totally could not agree with more, is that if everyone loses money trading, you do the opposite of what they do, right? All of the big hedge funds out there underperform. It's why I don't subscribe to the whole there's a mythical group of people who just control everything because they don't make any money. So if they did, then you think these guys would make money in the market. But one of the advantages we have is we're kind of small and nimble. So if you can look at the boat being too loaded on one side or the other, and then you wait for some sort of catalyst that kind of forces people's hands to get in and out of position, you can ride the other side. So he looks at this commitment of traders data, and if everybody is short natural gas, he's just waiting for some moment that natural gas shows positive momentum. It shrugs off bad news or whatever it is, and he just takes the other side of that trade. And the dude's made $20 million over the course of his career just doing the opposite of what the masses tell you to do. So that's the one thing, if you're a discretionary trader, to listen to these, I still think they're very powerful books because you get to see the commonalities between people. Maybe there's a style that you end up taking. But for me as a systems guy, I'm frantically writing notes on a chapter like that. And I'm okay, I got to find out how to get the commitment of traders data. I got to be able to, and I'm currently working on a future system that does just that. So when I go through them, I go through them real slow, and I'm making notes the whole time because everything can turn into another system to add to my repertoire.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's a great way, and then this is what we have AI for, right? And it's going to be sad, but there's not going to be many red books in the future.
I disagree with that, but it's okay.
I think
people are still gonna...
read actually looking at the words and reading every single one. I think
right. They want it all distilled quickly. Give me the answer. That is definitely changing.
We're a world of convenience, right? We're consumers. We're convenience focused. at least majority, let's say 95% of us. There
Well,
is
and
the
then
5%, right? But
well,
or
and that
TikTok brain.
5%, I think that's going to be like, that's what I'm raising my kids to be, because that 5% is going to eat the 95%'s lunch, right? The guy who just does the AI summary.
The problem is it's not the
versus
majority,
the one
right?
who digs. Great. You don't, just like we were
that's
talking
just
about
what
with
it
the
is.
commitment to traders data. You don't want to be the majority. I want the majority of people to be lazy and soft, right? Because I won't be, and
Exactly.
you know,
You'll stand out.
That's just the world that we live in,
You
right?
just
That's
take
like
the
I
other
always
side.
say, AI either makes you cut corners or creates bigger, like better outlooks, better creation, right? But you can cut corners, right? Like we all know that's just what it's there for too, right? So I think the interesting part will be like kind of, do these strategies just get like cannibalized because they go into books and things like that? And I feel bad because I've seen some of these traders do really good in these books and then they do really bad afterwards, right? So that's one thing that I think is interesting. I would love to see these market wizards be on like a continuous type of thing, right? Like where they give you the next one and the next one and the next one, right? But
have you heard of this guy called Paul Tudor Jones or Ed Secoda or right? There's these books have been going on.
That's a different style, man.
They were market wizards right then and there, right? They were market wizards there. Jason Shapiro is still killing it.
That is a good point. It says though there, he does say it is a different style. With a lot of the guys in the books, some of these guys are not trading exactly the way maybe we are all trading, right? I mean, it is a different style. That is true.
That's the power of the book, right? Because like the guy who does the social arbitrage, I don't know if you made it to that one yet. His name's Chris something. If you haven't got there, super interesting. He doesn't trade off charts. He doesn't do whatever. He follows like Twitter, and he's just like, he trades trends. So he got big into Celsius because he saw that like all the, you know, the hot college chicks, they were like, I need Celsius. Like he looks at, he's like, really, and he got what spear he went you short beer and long like was it White Claw back when that was a big thing, and like the companies that made it. He follows like the actual trends of the popular people as opposed to whatever, and he's still just killing it. And it's completely, like you mentioned, that's a completely different trading style from anyone else, which is again why I love the series, is because you get to see all of these different people and they're just all trading completely and wildly different from everyone else, because they have different ways that they look at the market. But then you can kind of grab, for newer traders, I think the main power is to grab the similarities there and to say, okay, well, you know, they're all looking for asymmetric upside, right? None of them are saying just average down into a losing trade until right it all blows up. You know, he had was the guy Drunken Miller on there like 40 years ago, and that dude is still considered one of the greatest traders of all time. And he just talks about, you know, he had George Soros was on it at some point. Like, you know, some of these giant titans of industry, they're big and then they get in the book and their style just continues to Ray Dalio, I think, was in one of the older ones. But yeah, they all just trade completely different. Like it's going to be a different beast entirely. But while we're talking market wizards,
what's going on?
Let's just pop. We'll just make this, I guess, all part of the segment. I'll skim through some of this because a lot of this is for my channel, so it's got some of my stuff.
We'll have a conversation on it, right? So
so
Michael, and let us know.
So chapter 2 is really interesting because it's Lance, and Lance is probably the most famous, one of the most successful prop traders of all time. So he's one of our people. He traded with Trillium, made, I think, on his best year, like $20 million in a single year. He's made like $100 million for different prop firms out there. Very, very interesting when it comes to just looking at that side. And the reason for that was he grew up kind of poor. So he wanted to do what a lot of people use us for in different prop firms, is just like, let's leverage trading capital. Prop firms like us, right, they give you access to trading capital, and that's what he needed to get started. So, he was offered a job, I think, for $100,000 to work as like a bank analyst, and he took the prop firm gig instead for like next to nothing, and was able to leverage that up. Some interesting stuff in the end where he switches from day trading to swing trading, which is hilarious because last week we did Quagmali. Man, I butcher the hell out of that guy's name, but he did the same thing where he, made a whole bunch of money day trading, and then as soon as his account got okay enough, he figured out enough about the market, he transitioned into swing trading for a lot of the same reason, where he's like, if for day trading, you literally had to sit at a computer for 10 to 12 hours a day, and they didn't want to do that, right? So he talks about that he sacrificed his health for that, and then is backing off a little bit now in trading. He's doing like not-for-profit stuff. Like, again, it just seems to be kind of the pattern. You make enough money, you end up saying, well, I might as well just take a couple shots now. But I have one setup that I want to go over for him. So just a brief breakdown. So yeah, he started trading in 2011, he would do hundreds of trades a session. I kind of reminds me of how, not to the success, but how I used to trade back at the prop firm, where you were essentially the market maker, the HFT algo before something happened. Back-to-back 8-figure P&L years, right? He made hundreds of I think $47 million at Trillium alone, then went on his own. And the reason he went on his own, like we talked about, is he wanted to swing trade. He wanted to do more. He took the day trading profits and then translated that into potential kind of swing trading accounts. And the main thing I want to talk about is one strategy that I pulled from him. He talked about different strategies. He's a very news-driven trader. So he will look for breaking news and then try to interpret that news and try to trade off that news, which is a very hard game. He kind of admitted himself as soon as he went away from Trillium, which was built from the ground up for speed. He's like, that game didn't really work anymore. You had to have the fastest execution, and you had to be dialed in like 24/7, 365, because who knows when that news event's going to come out. You got to be in there just ready to hit the button the second the news happens, and have all the evaluation happen after that. So he kind of pulled back just a bit and kind of created, when he left, he's like, well, I had to kind of recreate my trading strategies. And this is the one that I wanted to look at, which I'm going to look to build, which is idea of exhaustion gap. And I actually have an example that we'll look after as well. And the simple idea was that he wanted stocks that were down multiple days in a row or up multiple days in a row, and then a gap after that. So, you have wide body candle, all the way down, and then you have a gap at the end, right? It's you can read about this in the CMT textbook. This is a very common kind of thing, but the way he did it was kind of interesting for this exhaustion gap. And this is a perfect strategy that I want to potentially start testing for day trading and swing trading side of things, and add to my repertoire of trading if it ends up working. And the idea makes sense kind of conceptually, and that's you're just looking for that capitulatory moment. The stock is down like 10 days or 5 days in a row. Everyone's getting hammered all day. And then it gaps down, and you get the rest of the people sucked in from the short side of things, reverse for the long side of things. You get all stops triggered. You get everyone cleared out, and then it rips and goes to the other side. So, the example I wanted to give that we talked about, and I actually took the trade on, we talked about this in the Friday stream if you were here, was Adobe, ADBE. Adobe. And if you look at this would have been his exact trade that, again, you can do from the swing trading side of things, but then also from the day trading side of things. If you look at Adobe, has just kind of completely into earnings, completely fell off a cliff. You're talking one green day in the last 10, and then a huge body, not only highest volume. It's kind of hard to see the volume. I have to change a little, Tim, but highest volume in a long period of time, and the largest open to close kind of down move in a long period of time, and then it gaps down. And the idea that he has from here is this simple: that is that's a capitulation. The gap has happened. Every single stop is out. Everybody who wanted to short the name is like, okay, now I finally have to short it because whatever bad news was caused by that gap. All right, that's enough. Get me in. And then that's when you can potentially reverse it. And how he looks to trade these things is essentially just a rip back through VWAP. And, you can take your first, he mentioned just, short-term charts if you want to day trade it. And you're just looking for, where's that big gap down here? Which day is it? Is it this one? Yeah. And then it gaps down. You can see it consolidates for most of the morning. And then as it breaks up, there's kind of your trigger point. Your stop then goes to the low of the day. And that's your kind of multi-day potential hold to see if this thing reverses that trend after a capitulation. You could take this chart and you could flip it to the upside. That stock that goes up every day and then all of a sudden has that capitulatory gap to the upside. If that gap fails, then you can end up taking the other side of it. The beauty of it is very, when you look at these things as a quant or as a systems trader, you can look at that and say, well, that's very rules-based, right? I could just look at stocks that were down. If I'm looking at lower highs, right, it made lower highs for like 6 days in a row, and then all of a sudden does a gap down. That's something that's very, very easy to program. It's very easy to test. So it'd be very easy to auto trade. So then I just want to point out that when you're reading things like this, or you're reading studies or listening to the stream or podcasts or whatever it is, you look at it from your lens. Like some other people might look at it and say, when he talked about how day trading was basically ruining his health and he wanted to live longer. So then he kind of switched over to something a little bit simpler. That could mean something different to everyone out there where, maybe you are burning yourself out a little bit day trading. You want to look at longer term trades. For me as a quant, I just look at it and say, I can trade as much as I want because a robot does it for me. So it's not going to take that out of me, but let me actually look at the setup and let me find something like that of the setups that he gave that don't require that news side of things, because that's something that's very hard to program. Whereas this is something that's very easy to program. So if there's any edge there at all, I can take a look and exploit that. So that's something I think you'll see me mention more and more on the stream kind of starting tomorrow. That's when the stream is done today. The beauty of these books, I'm going to sit down and code and just see if I can build a strategy that potentially trades this to the up and down side. Maybe later next week I'll have a back test for you guys, and this is one of the playbook things that we'll start talking about.
All right. Not bad. Yeah, great stuff there. Definitely. It's always interesting to find out more about the Wizards. All right, guys. How you guys doing out there in your trading
the quant
action?
wizard,
What's going on?
There was one, I think there's only been like one or two quants. I haven't read the new one. I don't know if there's any quants in it. It's only been one or two that have made the Market Wizard kind of series, because their returns are way more consistent, but way less crazy than a lot of the people that make it in, right? Quants are shooting for 30-40% a year, not 1,000% a year away. A lot of these guys are, but yeah, this and Lance's stuff was interesting because again, he's one of our people. He trades prop. He got started, didn't have any money to start trading with, so he said, "Screw it, I'm gonna grab someone else's." So eventually, he got like a $12 million account with his prop firm. So he's making 100 to 200% a year on that. So that's $12 million. So if you look at, what we're doing, if you could grab your 200K account, work your way up to it, start making 100, 200% return a year on it, it's a great little income for yourself there.
All right. Seeing that SPCX started to come back down, Josh, you still feeling the 400?
Yeah, give me about a couple of years or so. We'll get there.
Years. It's Friday, man. It's supposed to be Friday.
I love messing with you guys. Listen, I'll give you 300 by the end of this month. I like it though. I still like it. Listen, that after-hour squeeze yesterday, I think it set the tone for a good top. And then we have traders we always talk about that keyword stuck. Well, we'll liquidate back up to that area, pretty close to it today here in market. And I think that could be a good double top to where we see a lot of these early on traders take some profit. You know, I'm in it for a long haul. And of course, you know, Nas or whoever's in it, the 130s or anything below 150, you don't really, you're good. You just sit back and watch this, and then you go, hey, this is a good start. Good start to the marathon. No, it's not what I wanted, but this is still nice to see this over 200, you know, day 3. I still think we get to move to 300 by the end of this month is what I would say, just for a high number. Do we get to 400? We could. I'll tone down my numbers just a little bit, though, for it. Just a little bit.
Walk them back. Walk them back a little bit.
Well, and it's funny with this, we're looking at it and saying, oh, man, it's come down from its highs. It's still up 10% today. Like, you know what I mean? It's a $2 trillion company that just added $200 billion in market cap in a single day. And we're like, oh, it's a pretty lame day. It's only worth $200 billion more than it was yesterday. What a lame move this is.
A slow Tuesday.
It's wild that this thing's now worth almost $1 trillion more than when it IPO'd just a little bit ago. It's one thing just to look at the lines on the chart, but when you equate that sometimes back to market value in these companies, like, you know, Josh will look at a company that's up 1,000%, but it's gone from being worth 10 grand to like $100,000 for the entire company. But this is added like the entire value of Canada in market cap in 2 days, and everyone's like, oh, I expected more. It's like, whoa, come on, calm down, guys. Like, this isn't a little company that's flopping around. This is a $2 trillion monster that's moving 10% on a clip. That's craziness.
Read that Netflix is looking to potentially acquire Lionsgate Studios. That could be pretty interesting. Their Lionsgate Studios, their stock rose a little bit pre-market. They are pretty good with biopic picks. They made Bohemian Rhapsody, and then the recent movie Michael, which was actually a pretty good film on Michael Jackson that just came out, still in theaters.
When I think of Lionsgate, I think of one thing and one thing only, and it's Saw. Saw 1, 2, 4, 8, however in those. Yeah, that's all I think of when I think of Lionsgate and all the scary movies they've done.
Yeah, those two.
Well, you know, what has Netflix put out recently that's been worth a damn? So hopefully they you know,
a lot. They've put out a lot, dude. Do you even pay attention to Netflix?
What Netflix exclusive is amazing that came out in the last year?
The Burrows.
You see, you don't understand Netflix anymore. It's not about the exclusive anymore. It's about getting into the movie theaters, and it's about sports.
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about.
Those
we
are
were
going to
talking
exist.
about buying Lionsgate to get exclusive content going again. Because I was like, what was it? Like House of Cards was the last thing that I thought was like really
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things, that was pretty huge for Netflix. That was really, even though
Stranger Things.
Yeah, I was supposed to say I heard the ending sucked.
It did suck, but throughout,
so I'm not going to watch it then.
They drew an audience. I mean, they made a lot of money.
Probably one of the most epic series ever.
Right.
Yeah,
so
but if the ending sucks, what am I going to waste my time with?
Don't worry, I didn't watch a single episode. Don't worry, Michael. I'm with you, but it's
House
more.
of Cards was so good.
You know what House of Cards. But you're talking going back, right? Like House of Cards is how old now, right? So there's other ones.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, let's come out with something not crappy again. Like come out with
they just come out with so much. That's the thing, right? Because so many people watch they binge watch, so they need to do more quantity than quality focus.
Well, and every time I go on, it's just like crappy reality shows now. It's just like, does attractive girl
that's what people watch. That's what people watch right
my
now,
wife
Michael.
watches all this, and they're supposed to be like real estate shows, but they're just like angry women screaming at each other all day. And I'm like, so because I'm working on my laptop, I look up, I'm like, you're on like episode 4. Has anyone sold a house in this I just hear like these women just screaming at each other drunkenly all day. I'm like, is someone going to sell a house in this?
The real life, man. The real life.
It's like, someone buy or sell a house.
The Netflix show The Burrows just came out. It's actually pretty decent. It has a great score.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's their thing. I mean,
Netflix is hey, chat, let us know what's your favorite Netflix show right now.
Yeah, let us know. Ooh, it's falling off though.
Netflix is on sale.
Netflix is on sale. That's right. That's the way to look at that.
Well, there's some support here. Might be,
Can
but
Netflix become Blockbuster?
Oh, Blockbuster! Those were the days.
The days.
You
walk in somewhere and actually
sir,
pick
can
up
you
things.
rewind this tape for me?
Yeah. Please be kind. Please rewind. Love that.
I remember my parents booking it to the store so they could throw it in the slot before it opened, so they didn't get dinged with the late fee.
Launch it inside the store. Just launch it.
Yeah, like on the way to driving you to school, like shit, they open like 5 minutes. We got to make it there, and you jump out of the car and huck that in the. They're gonna charge us $10 for nothing.
The late charge.
I'll have to ask my dad if he still has his Blockbuster card. You know, they had those like official Blockbuster cards that you had.
Yeah.
I saw a YouTube video recently of a dude who found a Blockbuster that like basically the company shut down, and they just so the manager just left and locked the doors and walked away, and it was in like some rural part of the States, and no one had been in this thing or looked at it basically since Blockbuster went bankrupt. So dude highly illegally just broke a window and just started to walk in. Everything was like pristine because they just left one day, so like the candy was still there, all the DVDs were it was like the dude just like walked back in time. He jumped out of his time machine. He's like, holy shit, this is exactly because the manager didn't care, right? He locked the doors and he moved on, got another job, moved on with his life. Like, what does he care?
Y'all remember these right here? The last time cards were around, they had these little mini guys. There's my little Foot Locker card. Y'all remember these little doodads?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have some of that. Don't have a Blockbuster card. We had a Hastings here in Arkansas, as in the South, that was kind of like a Blockbuster. So I have my Hastings card, but that was old school. I was like, I think I've got some cards around here somewhere. Yeah, but that was the thing there for a while. Even Kroger still has that. I'm like, I don't carry my card around, and they're like, well, put your number in.
Kroger's.
That's my library card now.
Give me your phone number, please. Please give me your phone number.
Phone number now.
Thanks. No, thanks. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, no.
I'm good. Thanks.
So, guys, while your presentation was going on, I went short SpaceX.
Ooh, well, you got something.
What price?
Let's see it. I got 211.70. So we can go to my screen here. You guys see the short right there on the bounce. Now looking for the flush below the 200s. We'll see if we get that flush down below. Can we get it continued down through the 205? And down she goes. What got me thinking about this is I started to see SanDisk starting to drop. I started to see tech names drag a little bit today.
Well, yeah, the Qs, did it break yesterday's range? No, it didn't. It got right to the low end of yesterday's range and then bounced.
And the gap, the weekly gap that I talked about at the pre-market is getting into my head more. I talked about how we are so gapped up that we have to come back and find some of this gap. I don't think we fill it all, but I think we can fade back a little bit. Right before, of course, a Fed member is about to speak, right? So it makes sense to have this little fade, this little lull in the market, get the little worry, get the uncertainty back into the market, even though we all know what's underneath this, the rug. It's still a bull, and it's poking its horn out. The question is, can Kevin Warsh keep it going tomorrow? Josh, you going to be on that stream there with the Fed tomorrow or FOMC? Are we doing that? Are we rocking that stream? I know Steve does a stream around that time.
Yep.
Is that
I'll
work?
I would imagine we have to cover that while it's going on.
I mean, it's Kevin Walsh. It's his first time out there, and Powell is going to be on the other side of the table.
Tie? Powell was always Mr. Purple Tie, so I'm ready to finally see a different color.
I'm ready to see the red tie. I'm ready to see the pure sign that he's with Trump and rocking the red tie. Because I think that's what we need to see. Will we see finally monetary and fiscal policy become one under his realm? Those types of things we need to be thinking about. We'll see what happens there.
Quick announcement, guys. If you look at the link in the chat for the next 45 minutes only, we will be giving away a 25K eval for the next 45 minutes. You have 45 minutes to check out the link in the chat. We're giving away that 25K eval that we talked about yesterday when we got the 50 likes for the stream. So check that out for the next 45 minutes. We will announce the winner during the J&J show. And also, if we get 50 likes in the stream today, we will give away an additional account. So we're just giving away stuff out here, left and right.
Smash it up, smash it up. Also, while you're at it, say me in the chat. Say me if you want the account. Who knows? Who knows?
I want it.
Maybe one day we just pick one out there that said me. You gotta get that chat buzzing, baby. All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there, traders. We'll see what happens in the market today. It's 10:47. We're almost wrapping up here. How is your trading and competition going on? How's the action going on out there, guys? You guys watching a little World Cup action? You guys interested in some football? Or are you guys not football fans?
Even though it wasn't an upset, it was an upset yesterday with Spain and Cape Verde with that 0-0 tie. That was a pretty big
0-0.
Yeah. 0-0.
Yeah. 0-0.
What's
The
up?
goalie
Zeke
making like 6 or 7 stops there. Definitely good goalie.
Carl Cole's asking about Rigetti. So are we loading up on Rigetti today? And I see Nasdaq already kind of pulling up looking at it.
It might not be the day for it.
Why? That was my question. Why? I don't. I see a stock and a range. I don't. It's not the low end of the range. It's not the high end of the range.
Yeah, it's kind of stuck in the no man's land. The thing is, too, it's not a tech day, too, right? Like if it was a tech day, maybe you're like, okay, well, but you're getting that pullback type of day. This is where you have to know the environment. Environment changes often, so throughout your session, you have to ask yourself, am I in the environment for my type of sector or industry that I'm in? Sometimes you can be in the wrong flavor of the day. Let's say if you're a swing trader, that doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means it might be wrong on your timing today, right? And so that's why day trading and swing trading are 2 different games. You can almost be wrong on the day and still be right on the trade. Now, in intraday trading and day trading, a lot of the times, if you're wrong on the day, you're just wrong, right? You're just wrong.
Well, and I also mean why, just in case, like, if there's a news event or something coming up that we don't know about, like, because if you got a reason, let us know. Like, if there's, I don't know, do they have a, but are they doing something? Are they, quantum, as far as I know, quantum computers still don't really exist very much, so... is something changing, right? Are they doing the
only
thing?
reason I think a lot of these names kind of got their big bounce, right? IonQ's good report on the recent earnings, so that's the proxy to watch. Good earnings on IonQ gives you the thought that maybe there's something here. That's it.
Yeah, because that's what I look at when I see a stock in a range. For me, it's a no-go unless, right? They say, there's this big earnings report that that comes out, right? Or it's got a event or something happening, right? So looking through the SpaceX looks like we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. I know someone was mentioning that. And make sure you click on that link with your earnings challenge and you can win a free 25K account. So getting a little bounce in SpaceX and also getting a little bit of bounce in the markets at the same time. Look at the 15-minute candles here on the Qs and the SPY. Pretty decent looking bottoming tails. We now need some sort of confirmation that they're going to stick, but I think it's hilarious that they happen just at the low end of the range. So we have, opened up inside and we've tested the low end of the range. Do we break down a little bit, come into this gap just a bit? I don't know. If we do, great. If not, we have to kind of move on until tomorrow, where I think we finally actually get a kick, right? So today could just be an inside day. Inside days happen all the time, and you just need to make sure, I always like to remind people, intraday trends happen about 20 to 30% of the time, right? Intraday range-bound days happen the rest. So if you're always looking for that big outsized range, then it's gonna be hard. Now we're kind of used to giant ranges, what happened recently here, but we got to zoom back. This is what the market normally looks like, and this is an heightened kind of crazy news event. So we might just be drifting back into this world right here until like next earnings season or something comes out, which is close. It seems like the second one ends, the other ones kind of perk right back up again.
Yeah, they're long, right? And then that's
more and more companies.
Exactly it. Exactly it. We'll see if the Qs continue to fade off. That's going to be one thing we'll definitely be watching. Setups going into the afternoon, right? Look for some setups.
I'll be right back.
Looking around out there to see what's holding up in the market, industrials and basic materials. But leading the market today is utilities and industrials. Those are the two areas that I kind of said would be nice areas to kind of watch. And you're seeing it all around there. Farm and heavy construction also getting the lift. Talked about those names yesterday. You could see Deere break 600. It's right back towards 590s. That could be on the takeoff. Another name that I like there is AGCO, Diversified Industrials, of course, ETN, PH, those types of names. Even your Cummings. Who likes a Cummins truck out there? We'll see what happens out there. Airlines also continuing on their move. Tools, industrial distribution names. Like a Fastenal trade is an interesting one on the long run. Daily chart setting up there for breakout above 47.50s. And if we're going to have these agents out there, Fastenal could be a great trade. So just mentioning trades out there, running through some of these names fast, of course, a little bit of a setup there that you guys can watch for on the weekly, right? Back above the 50s could be a nice watch. Then your utility players, we've talked about plenty of these names like your GEV, your VST, some of those utility players, right, like that. And then NEE having a good day on a bounce back. Of course, this company made a recent acquisition and is actually one of the names that could benefit big off of AI energy. Another thing to look at is starting to look at potential dip buys in solar energy. This has pulled back a significant amount, of course, but it was starting to get a kickoff because of AI energy. So just one conversation that I'd bring up as you continue to see maybe some rotation go to the energy plays. But just looking around out there, trying to take advantage of the trades and even like simple trades like railroads, things like that, right? Sometimes it just makes sense, guys.
Gotta find
financial services too. Banks are back in play, man. I mean,
yeah. Well, XLF. Have you seen the XLF long-term XLF chart? It's been amazing. I'm in. Just FYI. Remember, I told you guys I was in. It's FAS is the long one. I keep getting these confused. Yep. Yeah. And it's been great. I'm looking to see this thing potentially, if the bull market's going to continue, at some point you're going to need financials back at all-time highs. Yeah, that's another a couple percent from here. So you leverage that up with an FAS. You get maybe another 5-10% on that trade. Again, you're not gonna wake up one day and my financials have doubled my account. Right? It's not the way it's gonna work. But you can make a little bit of money, and then the main important thing is to rotate into that until I get some sort of sign that the fun stuff is really, really going to kick up again, right? So the reason I haven't gone back into semis really heavy is just, it's like how much more, I don't know, that might be famous last words, but how much more can like a micron go up? Am I better off on a percentage basis looking at something else?
Tom, come on, Michael, to the moon. We're going to at least 3,000, don't you think?
No, I don't trust anything you say anymore. Listen, bud, it's over. I don't trust. I don't trust a word. Yeah, because listen, the way you change your SpaceX moves, right? I was getting ready. I already had the car picked out. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna make 70 grand in one day. I was like, this is what I'm gonna. I was thinking one of those swim spas. You ever seen those? Like a hot tub, but it like pushes water at you, and you can. I was like, I'd love one of those. Right, go out and have a little, like a swim treadmill kind of thing. Have one. I had it all picked out. I was like, I need a slab, so I got to lay a slab in the backyard. I was like, don't worry, Josh will cover all this, and then I get a measly 60% in a couple days.
In fairness to Josh, he makes a lot of good calls. Mike Hicks on the chat agrees too. So I've seen Josh make some really great calls.
I was having fun with SpaceX. Come on,
I was having fun.
Come on. Okay, I had to go to the moon with it, for you guys. So I thought I was gonna have a little fun, get a little. Hey, listen, you gotta have a little teaser, and that was me. I was the tease, and I'm sorry I didn't come through. I will say I came through for you on the SPY. The SPY's still doing okay. I haven't let up on that yet.
Yeah, no, we're flirting. We're flirting with those all-time highs. Hopefully soon. But yeah, we've been hanging out there for just a bit. I think at this point, right? We're definitely going to at least test it. I'd be shocked if we, pull back and maybe fill this gap before we at least go, kind of take a look. Say, hey, is there any liquidity up there? Is there anything that we can poke and prod at? I don't know if the breakout holds. That's something to look at for another day. But you at least go and you at least hang out. You at least challenge that all-time high. Just to see what the liquidity looks like when it gets there.
I agree with you.
Right.
I want my 780s still. I want my 780s. Man, that's just me. I'm high hopes. High hopes. I've got high hopes.
You should just have Chipotle on the lunch menu as it continues to break new highs.
That's
Chipotle.
good food. Chipotle's pretty good.
There you go. Go get your Chipotle. Buy a Chipotle stock, then go make your money, then sell it, then pay the taxes twice,
and
enjoy your burrito.
That's right. And shut up and don't complain about the tax either while you're at it.
Don't be a Brit.
Get in line.
Be a Brit. Double taxation. That's the reason why we kind of split from England, but hey, we still do it to this day. Right,
but here we are, and then we celebrate on the 4th of July.
Taxation, no representation.
You got it right, my friends. If not, I start throwing tea in your lakes and your rivers.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's start it. I'm down for another tea party. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You know what we need to have, guys? I know what we need to do for the July 4th stream. We were wondering, and Michael, our CEO, asked us, what do we do for July 4th, right? What do we do for that? I say we dress up like the founding fathers.
There we go.
I don't know if I'm allowed. I don't live down there. They might not like that.
You guys do what you want. I'm not doing any of it.
You can represent whatever the founding Canadian fathers were. I don't know.
Probably the same old men in powdered wigs to hide their syphilis or whatever the hell was going on.
They were hunting furs. That's what they were.
Don't worry.
French.
We'll have you looking extra spliffy. But yeah, definitely. And so we'll have to have it. Who's going to be the Paul Revere? Who's going to be the Jefferson? Who's good old Lincoln out here?
Lincoln came later.
Well, your day's on a Saturday. Our day is on a Wednesday. So we got the 1st, right? You got the 4th.
Oh, we'll be off, but we'll have a party here. That's for sure.
Oh, there you go. So I'll be wearing weird stuff in spirit, I guess.
Do it. All right, guys, it's 11 o'clock. We'll switch on over there. We'll see what happens. Hold on. Can I do timeouts, or should I ban somebody today? I don't know. I'm not feeling so bandy-like, but we need our timeout button. I missed the timeout buttons on StreamYard. I can just put people in timeout, put them in a corner.
Yeah. So Josh, right, 470 on SpaceX. That's what I was promised, right? So I'm gonna probably take a little nap. I'm gonna come back and check, and I'll have to tell Charlie.
I'll say one thing. We hold half of 400. Well, I'll give you 200 that we hold.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. So it's still a decent trade, right?
You're still up.
I can switch them from ramen to maybe like craft dinner. If we hold above that, right? The little KD and hot dog. Nice cheap meal. You got your proteins in there. Everything's all good, right?
Go get you a Stouffer's frozen meal. Do y'all have those in Canada?
I'd never heard of them, so probably not.
Stouffer's. Never heard of Stouffer's. Oh man. Okay.
No.
Well, don't worry. It's just a heart attack and a frozen contraction, so you don't even need to worry about it.
Sounds very American.
Very American. Very American.
It's time to continue the takeoff party.
Have a good one
with the J&J.
See you guys.
Later, guys.
That is very American of us. Let's just get
that
the
is
most
very American, and we're already talking food,
Hopefully.
and the J&J show hasn't even started right out of the gate.
Yeah. Well, you know, had to talk about something there for a minute, and it's food it is, but yeah, that's funny. That is some good stuff. The Stofers are like, yeah, they even have that in Canada? I wonder. Nah, didn't figure. They said, no, we don't mess with that trash. We'll hold 200 here, hopefully. And don't forget, we have that link in chat. It's up for probably about another 30 minutes or so. Win a 25K eval. All you got to do is click the button. That's right. Click the button. We're going to be giving away, hold on a sec here, Jesse. Is it 1? Is it 2? I can't remember now. Oh, that's right. We're going to give away enter now, and we'll announce the winner by the end of the J&J show. All right. Let's see. Hit the like button. That's right. If we get 50 likes, yeah, that's right. That's good. Just making sure we won. All right. So y'all remember the deal yesterday? Jesse, this poor guy over here is sitting. I put him back in the dungeon today. He's back in the cellar. You know, it's nice and moist down there though. It's a wine cellar, so it's not really hot. You know, he's got some. At
least I can drink. At least I have something to drink down here.
He'll get nice and toasty if you guys don't get the like buttons. But smash the like button. If we get 50 likes, we're doing that's now 2 times. Okay, my gosh. So if we get up to 50 likes again, we're giving away another one. So if you guys remember yesterday on the after hour stream covering earnings, you guys got the 50 likes. I'll let the guys out of the storm. I keep wanting to say storm cellar. I have you in all kinds of places. You're in a storm cellar.
Make it the dungeon. The dungeon.
You're in the wine cellar. Oh, you're all over the place. You're in one place than another. Smash that like button though, guys. More likes, more 25K evals we'll give away.
Absolutely.
What do we got here? Georgino, yeah, Georgino, right? Anyway,
so
I failed my challenge. See you in a few weeks. I'm gonna make some money. All right, Georgino, go make some money. Don't forget though, Georgino, this Friday for Juneteenth, we will have 10% off. So maybe you get you a little eval and then put that to the side for now. But we do have 10% off coming up this Thursday into Friday for Juneteenth. And yeah, I forgot about July 4th. We'll do some, of course, July 3rd, we will be off. The market is closed, but we'll still do some kind of cool special stream for you guys, a lot like we're going to be doing this coming Friday. No, not a bad idea, dressing up like the old POTUSes of past history. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is I got to get a wig.
For Georgino, though, Georgino, when did you purchase the your eval? Because if you did it between June 8th, right now, and June 25th, you actually have a second chance to get a free eval on us. So definitely let us know when you purchased it. That as well. Yep. If you're a first time user, you buy an account with us, you get a second account free if you blow it. So let us know, Georgino.
And if you're not a first time user and you have used with us before, almost feel like it's a stock trading drug. If you use this stock trading drug called Trade the Pool, we'll come over and open up another email account. That's all you got to do is go to Yahoo, go to Gmail, open up a new one. Listen, we want you to come on over. We want to give you a second chance, and that's one way to do it. I've told traders on my live stream, like, listen, if you used them before, but you've got to have multiple emails, right? Go open up another email for fun just to get this, to be able to be a part of this. So that way you can go, hey, you are a first-time user to this new email address, right? Well, go get you whatever eval you want. And then when you lose that, if you do, we'll give you another one. We want you to be a part of this family any way you can. I use 2 different emails actually here at Trade the Pool. I'm about to have a Trade the Pool email. Me and Jesse both are here soon, so I'll have another email. Take advantage of that. If you're a first-time user, which you should be one way or the other, at least taking advantage of this and using your head going, okay, I want to be a first-time user because if I blow an account, I get a second one for free. Take advantage of the deal. We've never offered this before. We'll do it, I'm sure, here and there throughout the journey of us being a great company and helping you guys out, like here what we're doing here recently with all these eval giveaways. The Trading World Championship as well. You can bet on the World Cup, which I wonder if anyone bet yesterday Cape Verde and Spain would finish 0-0-0-0. I doubt it, but someone hopefully got some money there. As well, I was kind of looking at the people that were winning the evaluations for predicting the World Cup, so that's pretty cool. So you're going back to the earnings. There's so many different ways you guys can take advantage of getting some evaluations for free. For free. Like again, the link that we have in chat. Smashing the like button. Again, the World Cup, which is awesome. The fact that you can it's kind of like betting, but you get to bet for free. You don't have to come over like a DraftKings or whatever and put money in.
Right.
It's really cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Say, hey, I want to predict this.
I don't know how many emails I have made before in the past when there's some kind of special going on with like Netflix or Disney or something like that. Have you done this as well? I've made like 3, 4, 5 sometimes emails when they're offering free stuff. Yeah. And it's like, oh, well, my little 4-day subscription or 3-day thing ran out. I'm just going to make a new email. That's easy.
Yeah.
Not illegal.
Very much so. You just got to use your head. It just takes a little bit of work, just a little bit of work. And Georgina loves that. That's how we pronounce it. No, I did it on May 15th. Okay, but it's my first time doing a prop firm chance. Okay, cool. Well, you got the way to get you a free. I should say free, but go sign up for another one with a new email, and then if you lose that one, then you'll get one for free. We'll back it up. So buy one, get one. Essentially, is how we're doing it. Awesome. Anyone wants to? There we go. Smoked tuna. Cool. Smoked Tuna's got I guess the affiliate code there for 10% off as well, which is really cool. So reach out to them. Boost the channel. We have so much fun. Yes, shall we do? We definitely do. And Mike Hicks, emails are free. They are free, aren't they? They are very free.
They're free.
Yeah, they're free. Back to Netflix. It's funny we were talking about that earlier, and just that as the ticker in itself. I haven't looked at it since the price split, whatever you want to call it, because I know it got well over 1,000. And to see the pullback today. And just overall on the chart here recently on SpaceX, and I almost said SpaceX, on on Netflix has been really, honestly, tremendous. When I looked at this, I didn't really realize how far it starting to come back on down. Come on, load Netflix for me. But she's really coming off these highs here recently. And again, they definitely are acquiring Lionsgate. It's a done deal.
It is speculation still. It's not exactly a done deal yet. There's the word is speculation. Takeover speculation. Quote unquote.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Which that could potentially help. That could help maybe Netflix. Huge studio. And they come out with some great movies.
Yeah, let's do jump stocks. Stock, and then there you go. Yeah, and then you're talking about how Lionsgate's stock has popped up too, just from that overall. So, just talking about, Netflix is just it to me. Again, I think everyone can have their own thoughts on anything, right? But I do think Netflix has kind of had its heyday. Does it go back up? Sure. But is it, overall going to, really start to climb back on up to these all-time highs anytime soon? I don't think so. I think we honestly may come down for more first. But I do just feel like this play's had its run. Overall, right, we go back to a lot of the plays we're looking at from, over the last few months for Micron and SanDisk, and there's the ringer of plays we know that have made these big moves. This move was made last year. It was in 24 to 25 when Netflix made its move. And now, as you can see, we're starting to make that move down. And that I feel Micron SanDisk gets this kind of feel sometime in the near future as well. But I think that's, you just think about around, and I've said this for years, and we've got to that point, and it is what it is. But I'd love to know the amount of money I pay each month on all the streaming services, and that's my point. Luckily, Disney collected Hulu, so that finally helped out a little bit there. But we got Disney, whatever that package is, and then we got Amazon Prime already. So we already had, because Avery and are shopping, so we had Amazon Prime. That was a good way to kind of lean that over to where you can then use Amazon Prime, and then I think I've even signed up for like the 4K, so no commercials, and we get the 4K.
Sure.
We get what else? I can't remember all the different ones. So Netflix, obviously. Then there's Netflix.
We sometimes get HBO or Max.
We have HBO. That's
changing their names.
Yeah. So, and I try to go through the ringer at times and get the discounts and do the free thing and do the trials as much as I can. But that's my point. How many we have on our TV, or I don't really watch on the go on our phone, but or on the app or the tablet, but on our TVs in both the rooms. We've got 5 apps we're going. I have YouTube TV because I want to keep up with current live action, so I like it. And I always try to have a deal with them and keep it cheap. But it's just, so I think I just feel Netflix, and we've talked about this with that one shiny shoe that everyone wants to get. Oh, the Jordan 12s are out, the Jordan 10s are out, or whatever. The new this is out, and everyone wants that shoe. I don't think it's like that as much as it used to be for us in the 90s and 80s, but you get my point. I think that Netflix was that one app that everyone wanted and maybe wanted to be like, and now everyone's kind of doing their own thing and making really good money. So, there's Paramount Plus out there as well, blah, blah, blah. There's so many out there. So almost I think,
out there.
Yeah, and I knew that,
right?
Yeah. But hey, this is the heyday and the golden day. If you wanted to be an actor, or if you wanted to write, or if you wanted to direct, or if you wanted to get into filmography, any of that kind of stuff, this is the time. This is the heyday. You are not in a better prime time now for stocks itself. Yeah, we're obviously saying I think this comes down more, but yeah, just for that, that's ample opportunity. And I never forget, calling it out, like when it was just Hulu and Netflix, I want to say for the most part, like say 2014, 15, right after Netflix stopped doing if you're around Netflix long enough, remember they would actually mail you the DVDs.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they sent you the DVDs.
And back to Blockbuster and those idiots that, turned down that proposed offer to that they should move to that. And they're like, nah,
Isn't that crazy? And then at one point, what was it? Blockbuster wanted to buy Netflix. And they're like, nah, we're good. And by the time, and then they became the behemoth this destroyed and swallowed Blockbuster whole. So yeah, it's crazy, and it all started with those DVDs in the mail.
Yeah, and created its own monster because if Netflix, and then came Hulu and the blah 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 and the Disney Plus, and whatever. Yeah, it was like that was the. So you got to imagine. I just would love to. Go ahead.
Oh, I was to say that was Genesis for everything, for the streaming and all of that. That opened up the floodgates with essentially going from these digital actual physical copies to the digital streaming that we have, and that's just I don't think it's ever going to go away. Like we've really gravitated and moved to that. I don't think I even own any. I don't know about you, but I don't even own my old Blu-rays anymore because I had a lot for a long time. And I just physically was like, or I just said, this is literally taking up physical space in my house. I'm just going to either rent it or I'll have the subscription. And I probably have 4 or 5 DVDs, Blu-rays. Other than that, I don't. And I used to collect them. I don't even have them.
I'm the opposite of you. I'm the opposite. So I'm the one that would still go into Best Buy. And here's how I had to find out: Best Buy stopped selling Blu-rays and 4Ks because I went in the last couple of years whenever they stopped. And I think I maybe even did this with CDs, but I know I went in there for sure to get the latest, because I like physical copies. I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the 90s. I want that piece to actually physically put in. I don't know what it is about having and owning that box that is nostalgia, I guess. I don't know, but I always want it. Anyway, going to Best Buy and I'm like, literally like, where the movies at? What? Because I don't, obviously, like even right now, I can't remember the last time I went into a Best Buy. It's been months. And so I literally am like, what? And finally I'm like, where are your movies at? And then they were like, yeah. And what sucks, I want to say it was like last May or May before last. I'm going to say it was in May because I think it was May before last. It was when I got the 77-inch OLED. I went in there to like, okay, I want to watch something on this OLED. Like, I know it was something new or something that I hadn't seen. I went in, I was just like, what? What sucked about it was they just stopped doing it within weeks, like a couple of weeks ago or two. Because they have to get rid of them all. They have to liquidate them. I'm going to liquidate them. So what? They're all on sale. I'm like, oh my God, I just missed like some of the cheapest. So yeah, I'm that person that has that like.
You want the physical copies. You want
4K. I like the boxes and alphabetize them. And I mean, my closet's color coordinated and has been since high school. So I like the way things physically look, and I aesthetically, for whatever reason, I think it's cool. And there's like, it depends on where you have them at, but when they're like in your entertainment area and you see them stacked or, like lined up and they're all alphabetized or whatever. I just always have been a nerd like that. But I do agree with you to where, yeah, I mean, for like myself, because it is. I mean, there's a couple of spots in the house. There are cool little, like there's an entertainment thing below the TV. TV's on the wall. And of course you have that, nice furniture piece below it. And then we have another like armoire in the back. But point being, hidden in there, but in there, all the boxes for all the Wii. We have a Wii. I have a PS3, PS4, PS5. I've got a Nintendo Switch. I've got a Nintendo 3DS. I've got so you have, next thing you know, on top of all the game boxes, you have all these DVD and 4K or whatever Blu-ray boxes. But yeah, I'm still the nerd. That doesn't happen anymore because you can't physically go in and get anything anymore, unfortunately.
Sure, no, you can't.
Yeah, but I still to get it. Yeah. I'll still order it online from time to time when it's like that, like a must-have. Like, I got to have the physical copy of this. Or like, they haven't come out, like when they came out with Twister, the movie Twister, right? Sure. Of course, Twisters came out a couple years ago. Well, they didn't have Twister on 4K, but then they finally amped it up or whatever and processed it through 4K to go on sale. And on there, that was one where because luckily, Walmart still sells Blu-rays and DVDs in 4K, so that's usually the place. If I want to go in to get it, I can still go into Walmart and they'll still have them as the day or the weeks that they're released or whatever.
Like Mike Hicks said, and thank you for pointing this out, Netflix asked Blockbuster to buy them, and he says, what a big miss. And Mike also says, just look at Josh's background. Of course you have all that still, smile face. That's right.
Look at this. So truly,
Man,
truly.
You have a son. You have a son someday, and he's going to grow up. He's like, my dad's got every video console game ever known to man.
All the Transformers back there. I mean, yeah, look at this. I got, look, I mean, that's hundreds back here too. The boxing rigs hiding there. There's some more if you can see them there. I mean, I'm that dork, that nerd, because I have in the next house, what I want to do is get like one of those glass, kind of enclosures or whatever, and actually get them out of the box finally and transform them and put them up. So when you come in, you're like, oh, look at all those Transformers, or whatever, because they're still in the box. I'll leave some of them in the box. I'll be that dork that'll leave like the most expensive ones in there. So it's like, I'm like the 40-year-old version. I'm sure you've seen that, where he has all those old collectibles that he's never taken out of the box or played with. That's me.
Yeah. Is that a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game that you have behind you? Okay.
Yes, that is
wow.
it. Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah. And then we got NBA Jam right here beside me.
NBA. Welcome to NBA Jam. He's on fire.
Well, when they did those they're called 1-up. So the arcade 1-up. So they're like 3/4 size of the real arcade, and you actually can get them with that. Actually, you can put the quarters in, which is really cool.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my God, as a kid growing up in the 80s and 90s, like we talked about, the arcade was just.
Oh yeah,
it was where it was at, and getting or any how many restaurants like started throwing them in there, like all the Pizza Huts you'd go to Pizza Hut, that you'd go to all these restaurants and they'd have these little cubbyhole arcades where you'd go in and they just designed this one little small room that may have been an office originally. Like, nope, we're gutting this out and making it an arcade. We're putting arcades, in here. It was just anywhere I'd went, any restaurant we'd go out to eat, I was just like, well, they have video games, well, they have arcades, And so when they started making those about 7, 8, and however many years ago, I was like, what? I can get these now? And so I truly want to get a real, like for that, like when we move into the house, I'd love to get a real arcade, like an old school, full size one. But that's the thing, which one? Because A, they cost a lot. And then B, there's so many fun ones I've already got these are some of my classic old ones, but like, like any of the first-person shooter games. Like I love the Terminator 2 one, where it had the 2 like Uzis that you could shoot at. Area 51, I love that. Where it had like, or any of the like the where it had the gun and you shoot at the screen. Those were always fun.
There was an old Digger game that was really cool, like Dig 'em or something like that. That was one of my friends had an arcade in his house, and that was the game they had. It was so much fun.
Oh yeah, so that's why everyone loves it. I love the office vibes. It's kind of like being a grown kid. Where when you come in here, you got all the, it's got that vibe. And so hey, even when it's a bad day in the market and I lose, I can still just kind of turn around and go, you know what, this room
got happy vibes in that room, man. Happy vibes.
Yeah.
Have you? Go ahead. I was going to ask you, have you taken any trades today? I've taken a trade. I can show eventually, but if you've taken some trades, I'd love to see it.
It's been very slow today for myself in the small cap sector. So the main one I will go over here that I was really just looking at here in pre-market, and if I can get Shug P pulled up here, there we go. I was like trying to get my mouse. I've got this. There we go. Slowing down on me. There we go. Shug P took this earlier on, and it's a loss. It's a loss for me today, unfortunately. I wanted to come in I love this beautiful kind of squeeze pattern, and we're squeezing up, and then we get this overextension move. And when we rest back down in this consolidation and U-shape to new high, 9 times out of 10, this is it. And in the end, it really was it. If you go back and look, now you got to go to maybe a larger time frame. But if you go back to the landscape of, say, 7:30 locally my time to 8:30 in the opening bell, you put a line in here like I did at 220, 225. Majority of the candles are above it, are they not? So you'd say, yes, that really worked out. I just stopped myself out. When it came up, I wanted this break of 240, and I knew if we broke back through this area, we'd push back in the 2.6s and then back up to possibly 2.8. Well, when we ramp back over right here, I'm going, oh boy, we're really starting to crack my consolidation zone, which we're at the base of it, very low. So I just stopped myself out for it to, of course, come down, bounce off the VWAP. It's still, that's what I was even telling my live stream. Did I take a loss? True. But would it have been a really big win? No, it was really not that. It was a wash trade really in the end. I barely lost on it. Would I made a lot? Not really. No. The short was the better trade of overall, which I used to trade these, and I just stopped trading them because, well, we're in a very bullish market, especially when it comes to the small cap sector. I'll put a line in right here just so we can start putting some lines in, right? So if we put a line in so we can see our first, well, I thought I was going to put some lines in. Where did it go? There it is. There we go. So we got our first uptrend channel right through this area and the crack of it. So the trend line crack is what I call it, just a trend line crack. And then right here where it turns absolutely beautiful is this trend line crack right there. That was the play of the morning for me. Again, do we sell off really hard from it out of the gate? No, but again, you look back at it, that entry, trend line crack, candlestick confirmation, I never would have been red and only green for the rest of the day. So you go back and look at these trades, and I want this to come back more. These are the easiest trades I've ever taken in my life. I love my longs, but I promise you right now, the most success I've ever had in the stock market, Mike Hicks, who's one of the last people to chat, and he can let you know because he sat and watched me do it years up to the place I used to stream live at. And he knows what, Mike. I'd say, watch for trend line to VWAP crack. Watch for shelf to trend line crack. Watch for shelf to VWAP crack. Watch for... and it was just this. Every day, Jesse. Every day.
Yeah.
22, 23, into 24. And I would get candlestick confirmation. I'd get in as soon as we closed and opened below the trend. And it literally, look at that. And you just watch it. Just walk away. You literally could just enter and walk away. So again, going back and look at, man, I love that setup. I just didn't take it. I'm looking for long still so much that I didn't think the trend line crack would pay off so well. So this was my main look of the day. I didn't really go else outside of this play. After that bounce play didn't work, wanted some more bullish movement. Well, it came from CCTG. On the live stream with you guys just a little bit ago was the bounce area right through here. I wanted it down here. So it came down, bounced there, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe it'll still come down. Goes up. I'm like, okay, I still like this area. And I should have moved my orders up and started here and went down here because, again, it's only a freaking 10-cent area. I just wanted to consolidate into this 5-cent area. Well, my dumb ass should have listened to myself and put an order of higher. It came in and bounced here again, and that would have been my only other rule trade I liked. Again, really looking more so long than short. If I'm looking to go short, I want that euphoric move up, and then I'm taking the dumpsters back down, which you've seen a lot of those. We didn't get that today. We're getting a little bit slower. Obviously, you get so hot for so long. I've shown this off. We'll go back through the ringer here real quickly one last time here, and let's go to the 4-hour time frame and go back to plays like MNTS that have had, even obviously CCTG was one of the crazier runners there recently. But MNTS in this run that it made in late May, of course, into June. And then we have ASTC, which is a space play. Yes, I know, but just doing its own little thing well before SpaceX comes out, and we go from 2 all the way up to 70 essentially. Then the biggest runner in one day overall, INHD thrown into the mix there as well, right? And this one goes from 1 and is now, of course, T12, but 1 to 60 plus in the same day. So you get all this plus the PAVs of the world. Remember what this play did. This play went from 1 to 25, 30 back to 1 in the same freaking day, right? We've gotten some volatile, violent movement that can only last and sustain for so long, and then you start to get the turn until the tape of this, where we start to get a little bit of both, where you get a little bullishness, but you're getting some bearishness, and you just got to really be nitpicky about which one it is that you like so much. Nigel says, cool, yes, love my trend line cracks, Nigel. They just need to come back and be more efficient. And again, that's just how you have to understand the stock market. It's going to change. You have to adapt and adjust. If I would like that worked, that trend line crack I just showed you worked. But again, if I showed you trend line cracks all day, every day across the board, you go, oh, wow, they're just not working consistently. And that's what happens. Sometimes your edge will just kind of erode for a while. But then it comes back. Like my bounce plays were there, but they weren't prolific from 22 to 24. Well, starting the end of last, or I should say, well, it was really actually into 25. And then all of a sudden, about this time last year, I stopped trading trend line cracks, literally in shelf cracks, and move over to bounce plays and then the breakouts once we started getting the crazy supernova moves. And so now I'm just back to the bullish side of things. Nice. So there's my breakdown for the day, my man. What did you trade, Handsome?
Nice. All right, I got my screen share on. Let me just see if it will go over there. Perfect. SpaceX. I mean, right out of the gate, this thing was hot. This thing was going up. We hit a quick low of 200, and we haven't really looked too far back since then. So yeah, this first candle, I'm looking at a 1-minute chart, goes up $7. Second candle, we go up to 12. So $12 in 2 minutes. And one thing that I noticed, I didn't take any trades for a little while, not until the 18th candle, so about the 18th minute of the day. I'm watching and waiting to see, one, do we hold above VWAP? And the other interesting thing is we kind of just rested on that 9 EMA. This blue line here is the 9 EMA, and I waited for a little while. I wanted more confirmation until we broke up to get close to the pre-market high of day, which was 215. I want, and if you can see here on this, this is the 18th candle. We're on that 9 EMA. It starts to go up, and the thing that really gave me confirmation was we're super close to the pre-market high. We're probably going to at least tap it. I might be able to just do a quick scalp here, but the price action of this thing, the way it was moving at this point, gave me the confirmation that I needed to at least get into the trade long. So I got in, I waited. So from 214 to at the moment, which was the top, about 218, I had a really good trade. So held on to the top where it was at the time, and it went further. But I was good. I was one and done with this particular trade, and watched it go up a little bit more to high of day at 225. And you know, we again, literally this whole time we held above the 9 until 225. We broke. And then when it fell below the 9 EMA, I figured at some point that would be time to get short. I didn't take any trades. I kind of just watched it. The other thing that I like to wait for is sort of this double confirmation. So it's not just below the 9 EMA. It's when are we going to really make a move back to VWAP? Are we going to tap VWAP, go back up, or are we going to break below it? And then, of course, with SpaceX today, we went below it. It could have been a time to go short. Mitch mentioned that he actually did this trade somewhere below VWAP. He went short. He did well with it. So yeah, and now we're kind of just in consolidation mode. We're hanging out here at VWAP about 210s. So I'll continue to watch it. But at the moment, I'm happy with my one trade today.
Yeah, SpaceX, like I said, I'll hold up 200 for you guys today, at least while we're going, while we're here on the live stream. But after that, I still think SpaceX goes up today, honestly, overall. Starting to lose a little bit of volume. Of course, we start to enter that pre-lunch time right now. But it is starting to get a little flat. Good trade there, go out of the gate. I was sitting there watching that on my live stream saying, here we go, give me 220s, give me 220s.
I didn't want to take it too early, because that's the thing. Sometimes you get that pop up and then you get a big leg down. So I really wanted to wait a little while. I almost waited 20 minutes for that trade to just sit back and say, hey, my normal gut reaction is to go, oh, it looks bullish, let's go. But this time I really wanted to sit back, watch the charts, look at the price action, and really pay attention. So yeah, it definitely paid off, at least today.
Speaking of being paid off, who wants to win a 25K eval? We're giving 2 of these away right now. 2 25K evals. Let's get it going. Drum roll, please.
That's yeah. Normally we have the drum roll sound effect. Mike says me. There it is. There it is.
Laya S. Laya S. Beautiful.
You won.
S. There we go. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna do 2 of these. We're gonna do 2 of these. Jeff, Mike, everyone. Me. I love it. Mine. Let's do another one. How about that? Let's do another one. It's my honor to help you guys out and getting these free 25K evals, and it all comes to you guys smashing that like button, which we 100% love. Let's go ahead and put that beautiful password in there, if I may. Make sure I put in the right link. Yeah. All right, drum roll, please. Winner number 2.
There it is.
Let's go. Come on. Open up. Open up. Ralph.
Hey! Good job, Ralph.
Ralph and Leia, good. Congratulations. That's what happens when you smash the like button. You'll be getting an email from us in the next 2 to 3 business days, letting you know you've won an eval with 25K worth of credit. Now, again, like we've talked about, you can put that 25K to a 50K, to a 100K, to a 200K eval, or just get a bunch of 5K evals. You do with it as you please. But you'll get an email in the next 2 to 3 days, and you'll see that you can claim your credits in your own Trader Hub. Yeah, Mike Kicks, congratulations. Right, exactly. Jeff, how we doing today? Hopefully you guys are having a good one. Red today for me, but it's slow red. I saw that out of the gate, really didn't like a lot. Again, then you just look at this is kind of where I like to have these slower small cap days, Still don't get too heavy in the large cap sector just because I'm not liking where I'm at in the charts, but you can rely on, like, say, your Microns or your ARMs or your SpaceXs, your long-term swings that you're just watching continue to climb up. So that's the day for myself. Oh, real quickly, too, I forgot that I have this page up here, my man. We do know this is the final round of the the Trading World Championship. First place, going to win 8,000 cash in a 50K account. Second place, 2K cash, 25K account. Third place is getting 1,000 in cash and a 25K account. Overall, this is going to be a great, something I think we should go back to every year for sure. Even I know we don't have the World Cup, but we could still have the Trading World Championship every June. I think we have a lot of stuff going on in June, whether it's the NBA Finals, it's the Stanley Cup, we have the U.S. Open, again, Father's Day, and probably the most important of it all is Jesse's anniversary coming up. Or I think they just had it. What was it, like the
just
15th?
had it. 17 years, man, on the 13th. Yep. We just had our anniversary. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, brother.
Yes. Yeah, man, I try to remember all you guys. Listen, whether it's your anniversary, day, you guys mean a lot to me and your family. So I like to. I always would get upset early on in my career, and I still get that way. I guess just it's me and numbers, so I'm really good with remembering numbers. But when people couldn't remember your birthday, you're dating somebody and they couldn't remember your birthday or something, your dad or your mom couldn't remember your birthday or something along those lines. I'm like, how can you? It's just man. So I always made it one of those things, make sure you remember people's birthdays. It's very important. It means a lot to them. So then now, of course, anniversary. So forever plugged in my brain. June anniversary for my man Jesse.
Boom. It's really bad when your parent forgets your kid's name, though. That's the real heartbreaker right there.
Yeah,
your dad's Kevin, James. Come on.
If they have 7 kids, I get it. If they have what's funny, I had to deal with that. I say I had to, but my granny back in the day, of course, eventually got dementia, but this was even before dementia. She would run through the ringer from all her sons to grandkids. I mean, Tommy, Josh. I mean,
I have 6 kids, man. I do that. My sons are always like, Dad, why can't you get our name right? And it's funny because my dad had 4 kids and he did it to me, and I thought the same thing about him. I thought, Dad, come on, there's 4 of us. Why can't you get this right?
Imagine having 14 of them. I mean,
yeah, you too, right? All those dogs.
I'll be trying to, because we have 4 Great Danes, and I will go through. I'm talking to L, but I'll say Margot Domino L. I'm like, even though I know it's L, I'm looking at L. For whatever reason, all the other dogs' names will come to all the other girls. I'll say Darla. It'll be all the girls that come to my head. And same thing for the guys. I'll run through the guys' names before I get, sometimes before I actually say their name. But yeah, I would say, I would bet I'd do on average once a day. I do that for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Miles, Neville, Chester.
I do it every day. I do it every day, man.
The dogs are probably so confused.
The dogs don't even know their names.
Yeah, they're like, which one are you yelling at? You're yelling at all of us.
His dad's mad at everybody.
Yeah. Well, I think I like it. That's when I do that. They all just go, okay, we're going to sit back down, all of us. Yeah, just said everybody's name. Sit it down. Sit it down now. 6, we'll have to stop at 4. And I didn't know that, Jesse. I thought for some reason you had 3 or 4. Yeah, I know Mike. Yeah, Mike Hicks. Yeah, Margot wants to go out. She's like, "Can I please get out of this room? I'm tired of being in here." But yeah, 6. I didn't know you had 6 kids. What do the age range from?
14 to 1. 14 to 1. I have 3 oldest sons, 14, 12, 10, and then I have 2 girls, 6 and 3, and then I have a baby boy who's 1.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
So are we done? Did we cut that off last year? We had the year whenever he was born. Are we looking for number 7?
Yeah, we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see.
Oh, Jesse's gonna surprise us all. Okay. Well, if you have number 7, his middle name has to be 7. We'll name him Dempsey 7. Dempsey 7. Like,
Dempsey 7.
Dempsey's the name that Avery always wanted to name a boy if we had a boy. So that was.
I recall you said this on stream before. Yeah, that's right, Dempsey. Yep.
So there you go. You can use our name because I don't know if we're ever gonna get to use it. And I want a girl anyway. So
I hope you get to use it, brother. I hope you do.
Yeah.
I want you to. You'd be a good dad. You'd be a good dad.
Yeah. I think I'd be too good of a dad. Where Avery would have to be try to be the disciplinarian. And I'll tell you this. I'm gonna have to do all the diapers because anytime Avery can't do the nasty business, when the dogs do a little, number 2 or whatever. She goes to Gag Town, There was she and I even it was something that happened the other day. Anyway, I had to clean up something, and anyway, she's doing like, oh, I'm so blah that you did that. I cut up, and she would have been gagging, whatever. She made a comment, and I looked at her, I'm like, you know what? If we have a kid, I'm changing all the diapers, aren't I? You won't even be able to do it. As soon as you smell it, you're gone. You're gonna be gagging.
That could be. Obviously, I don't know your wife, but I will say it might be different with a human being as opposed to the dog. Not that I'm an expert, but
True.
I'm fairly close. I have 6 kids. At least gives me experience. It is different. It is different because I've had dogs too, and it's a little bit more gross with the animal. I don't know. I mean, it's all gross, right? I mean, our stuff is gross, but whatever. It is. I will say from experience, it is a little different with a baby child, human being.
When hers and she birthed it, you would imagine. But just I was just thinking about that, and I was like, man, because I heard it's pretty stanky. Now it's not too bad, but I've heard some of that. Some babies putting out some stank, and so
when they get a little bit older, the first few weeks you're good, man. They don't smell at all. And then, something happens with the whole bowels and the system and the way things are changing. You get that first, month gone by, 2 months. Then you're like, all right, you're starting to become a child. This is a child species.
Yeah, right. SpaceX holding up my end of the deal. SPY still holding up too. We kind of got that double bottom over the past hour. So still holding up for NOS here. I know SpaceX. More important one. Not that I think either one of them are more important than the other here when it comes to the relative of the stock market. Okay, SPY would be the main baby. Nice double bottom. Really, if you want to call it triple bottom, but we're really holding this 52.50 mark. I talk about the 52.50. I talk about a lot of key levels quite a bit. Obviously, here on the live stream with you guys, 53.50 is another one which we're kind of failing at. 52.50 is another one I see a lot. We talk about 875 quite a bit. And we're holding in those levels today. A little less range today. And if Mike Hicks is still in chat, I would love to know if Mike Hicks traded Tesla. Now today, a little better, but boy, look at yesterday, Jesse. I mean, again, if you're a range-bound trader and you're just trading the top and the bottom,
yep.
That was one of the ugliest days I've seen in Tesla's history.
That is ugly. Yesterday. That is very ugly.
Very. I mean, so choppy. Look how little the range is too for a play like Tesla. But I looked at this when I did my morning alerts, and I said, man, I was giving them out, of course. They can't really respond to them because it's through WhatsApp, and I'm the only one that can send stuff. But I said, hey, if you made money on Tesla yesterday, I want to shake your hand because you're amazing. Yeah. You're amazing.
No doubt. Look at that. I mean, you would have to you'd almost have to guess where to go long and where to go short in the sense. I mean, I don't know. In one sense, the range could. If you figured out the range kind of like calibration there, right? Like then maybe, but even that, it's an ugly chart. I do not like that chart personally.
And Mike's a good trader. We both honor and love some Michael Jordan, just to put that out there. So we know the testament of the attitude and the tenacity that he attacks the stock market every single day. He said he lost money on it. So there you go. So not surprised there, my man, Mr. Hicks, because that yesterday
that's ugly.
Yeah, he took a little loss there, so I get it. A little bit more range today, and now a little bit more predictability. Look at the beautiful double bottom, the beautiful double top. Now you're just stuck right in the middle of nowheresville. Now you got a clear bottom to go attack again, or a clear top to attack again. So today, green, very hard trade. Did first thing, left. Yeah, that's awesome. Mike's like, yeah, I kind of saw it coming, and I said, bye. You look ugly today. And we talk about this all the time, right? The chart's got to be pretty. Show me the chart, Jesse, right? And I'll show you the money, but you got to show me the chart. And if you don't show me the chart, then I can't make money off of it. And so that's how I feel every single day when I'm in the stock market. I'm just waiting for those charts to build. Let the traders, the other stock traders out there, form a chart for you to trade, and then you can possibly go trade it. But yeah, just bringing up Tesla. Like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I got to bring up Mike because Mike's still around. That would be great to see how he fared yesterday on Tesla, because I know he is trades it primarily every day. I wish Coach TB was in chat. Coach TB, of course, joined us for that challenge we did back in March, and you'll see him on the live streams here and there. Has his own book out. We've talked about it, and he's been on the call-in show with us. He trades Tesla quite a bit, so I would love that. Hopefully he pops in this week while I can still remember and go, did you make money on Tesla on this Monday? Because my gosh, I got to know if anyone did, because it is absolutely ugly. Today looking better. And again, going back to looking better, love some SpaceX, guys. I know I'm overshooting the ramp there with the 400. I just thought maybe we would get a little of that supernova love from small caps, from the INA.
I mean, with all the hype, Josh, I mean, it seemed semi-probable to hit super high twos, maybe 3. 4 seems a little bit like a lot, maybe a little too much. However, I mean, the hype on that thing, right? I mean, that thing really took, and it did take off, and it's still looking very strong. But I mean, I can see why you said that. I think I said 375. I thought that was my kind of number for the week, thinking that maybe we'd reach that. But no, I think that we at least went in the right direction. And I think that's important, is that when you look at the markets, if you at least went in the right direction, you can make a good trade if you know direction.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. If you're essentially like driving a car, if you know when to, press the gas pedal, when you know when you need to turn the car off, essentially, when you need to press the brake pedal. This was one it was gas pedal. We didn't know how much throttle we were going to throw down. How many RPMs were we going to rev it up all the way? We just going to hammer it down. And I thought we were going to hammer it. And like you were saying, I think there was a good probability that we could get a good hammering. I think we came out of the gate, just a semi, 3 to 4,000 RPM push. We didn't hammer it to the Porsche's 9,000 max RPMs that you can you're just hammering it. Give me all 9,000 RPMs. Sounds sexy as can be. I thought we were going to get maybe 8,000 to 9,000. We didn't. It's fine. We're still, like you said, would have been a really crap thing. And Michael Noss would be like, yeah, this guy, freaking 400. Now we're down to $80. Good job, Josh.
Right. See, you got direction right. You and I got direction right. And I think that's the most important part right there, because it keeps everybody still winning that was long.
Winning. Tiger blood. Winning.
I will say what's not winning right now, though, is techs and the semiconductors right now, because, wow, Marvell down 5%, MU down 5%, NVIDIA, of course, is down, AMD is down 5%, INTC, wow, there's a lot of red on the tape.
Yeah, tech giants today taking a big old beating. Again, you get the gap up on Monday with the SPY and with a lot of these tickers. Some of them moving into all-time highs like AMD. Hey, not surprised. Again, you just think about where we're at. Again, just overall with AMD, and we'll just do this real quickly. My good gosh shows how this play has gone on a rippity roar recently. Now, again, overall from last year when we had those bottoms, that's one thing, right? We talked about that and when to get on an AMD, yada, yada. But look at this move. I mean, this is an astronomical type of move here recently. Again, like ARM. You're going to have people take profit, whether they're scalping day trade wise overall, as far as I say they're still probably swinging it for some movement, but you're going to have, we're way up here and you're going to have these swings. So you're going to see there's some really, really big red on the tape. It's going to happen when you move up to $400, $500, $600. I don't think this play is done by all means, or any of these tech plays. I think some are geared to move for more. Steve brought this up yesterday, where we've had our ARM and AMD and Intel. We've had our run with those. MU, Micron, SanDisk, right? We've had our run with a lot of the tech sector. The one play, in my opinion, that really still hasn't had a good run overall, that to me feels supernova-ish, I guess I would word it that way better, supernova-ish, is NVDA. And I think there's still a good shot for this, and we typically see it when we shoot through the 250s up through to 300. We'll go over to ARM here. And what happened with ARM is we were shooting through 250 to 300, shot through 250 and through the 300s, and here we go 400s. Let's go over to the other one that we were just looking at in AMD. Same sort of thing. Shot through the 250s, and what did we do? It's kind of like my 35 to 50 rule in small caps. When you have a play that's $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, and it's shooting up 10, 20, now up to $30. Like INHD was a prime example. Once we break through 35, your target is 50. Almost every single time you will see a move really close to 50. It's a magnet. When you break 250, you are magneting to 300, and a lot of the time plus. So to me, let's ramp back on over here to NVDA. This one's going to be on supernova watch once we break through the 250 mark. Count right here. You heard it here first. When we get through 250, where are we going? 300.
Mm-hmm. And like Delonte West, pardon me if I mispronounced your first name, AMD is due for a pullback. Yeah, exactly. But pullbacks can and usually are healthy, especially with a stock that has had such upward momentum now for the last several months. You want to see kind of that little steady come down, a little bit of pullback, so that way we can go next leg up. You don't want a car. You don't want that whole parabolic, straight up, to then just massively fall because what goes up must come back down eventually, or at some point just do these small little pullbacks that come, you're up a couple days and then you go down. You're up a couple days, you go down. So yeah, AMD is due for a pullback, but hopefully it's just a good, healthy one here.
Oh, see Chick laughing away. I love pullbacks used to make money. Oh yeah. I love everything. It's like, I love laugh. I don't like consolidation. I will say that. I don't like choppy. We have that with plays like
choppy and consolidation is boring.
Yeah, this right here, NVDA for months. You literally for almost a half a year, from August of last year into March, April of this year. Ugly, from 170 essentially to 195, whatever, 165. It's just chop, 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 chop. I can't stand that. Either break out, move up, and then give me the pull. That's it. Those are or just dump away. When we have, which we had when I took advantage of it. Now we won't get these all the time. Oh, but when they do show up, I would love to take advantage of these. So yeah, let the ride go up, and then you can get that backside move. That's what I love. Either the crazy fade off, the crazy, or the moves up, and of course bounce plays. I can't stand the sideways consolidation, not at all. Yeah, and predict the FIFA World Cup. We got more matches coming on up here. So FIFA World Cup guys, continue to go predict the outcome on those matches here. World Cup matches. Here we go. We got France and Senegal later today. Also later today, Iraq and Norway. And we also have Argentina and Algeria. Also later today, holy moly taco sauce, it's Austria and Jordan here. Beautiful, beautiful. And I've noticed a lot of tied games, a lot of matches that are going nil-nil, or not nil-nil, but that are tied. They're tied. Anyway, if I can talk over here. I don't know why it's not showing me the rest of the scores.
That's definitely a feature of soccer, actually. A lot of ties.
Yeah.
A lot of ties.
I'm like, man, I forgot that in this round they don't do the goal kicks. Like at the end to determine a winner, at least at this point. They'll just give them 1 point for the tie. So it's huge for USA getting that win out of the gate. And leading too is our scorer. This guy, number 20, Balogun, however you say his name, and his 2 goals. He should have had 3 goals. One of them was actually called back because we were offsides. So this guy is a beast, definitely on watch. And speaking of, it's Tuesday. So there's one thing and one thing only I want to talk about when it's Tuesday. What do you think that is, Jesse?
So we need to talk about food.
It's tacos, baby. It's Taco Tuesday. You know it, baby. It's Taco Tuesday.
That's right.
Carne asada tacos. We had these last night. I made some carne asada tacos. If you're ever at a Mexican restaurant, look at their taco, with the taco section. Order you some taco carne asada. Tacos carne asada, tacos de carne asada. It may be worded a couple different ways. Get it.
Wait, what is it called, Josh? Can you tell me a little more?
Taco, it's either carne asada is the meat. So it's either tacos de carne asada or tacos carne asada. Sometimes on the menu list they'll put the word de, which is of. I don't really get it. Essentially, it's saying a taco of carne asada. Essentially, is what they're saying. But carne asada is the meat. It is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So next time you're at a Mexican restaurant, go to the taco area, taco section, find tacos carne asada, and again, thank me later. But tonight, moving over. Shrimp tacos tonight, my man.
Ooh, shrimp tacos.
Yeah, baby. We make some
branching out.
Yeah, well, we had the white. Oh, they're so good. My wife makes some coleslaw. Oh man. Oh, bro, they're probably the best shrimp tacos I've ever had.
Wow.
No lie.
That is amazing.
Oh, look, there you go. Exactly. This right here, tacos. There we go, shrimp with coleslaw. So something like that, right? Maybe something like that right there. So she'll cook the shrimp in a pan, and the coleslaw. So puts this little cilantro lime sauce on top of it. We get some avocados to go with it.
Oh,
so there's your food segment today, brought to you by AK-47.
It's beautiful. I haven't even had breakfast yet, so that looked really good all of a sudden. I do want to point out that oil is still down, and the Middle East peace deal seems to still be taking, so we'll have to obviously await further word to see what's going to go on with that. But this time, after I don't know if this is the 10th or the 15th time, they've now said that there's been some sort of deal, some sort of peace is coming, hopefully is upon us. Hopefully this one is going to stick. So hopefully that will continue, and oil will go down, the markets will go up, and gas prices will come down too, hopefully, at some point here in the U.S. Wouldn't that be nice?
Well, we never really seem like we get that in the summer. It's always summer the prices go up, but yeah, maybe opposite for once we already are up. We can come back
already
down.
Up. It's already been priced. The war priced it in, so let's go ahead and bring it down now.
Yeah, please, because I have 2 vehicles that I drive mainly that I have to put, the premium 93 grade in, so it's eating on my wallet. Luckily, we don't drive much anymore. Thank the good gosh. And we have a Jeep Wrangler that is only the 87 grade, but then it's a Jeep Wrangler on 37s and 20-inch wheels. It's lifted, and just a gas guzzler there as well. So.
Yeah, my Ford my Ford F-150, it is like 20 from 2014, so it's 15 to the gallon. And like you, I work from home. I do just about everything except for family and church and a couple other things. Other than that, we're at home a lot. So yeah.
And SPCU U. So we have these SPC. So we have some ETFs out there.
Yes.
Oh, is another one. I think if I'm not mistaken, no, it's SPCU. I know there's another one out there. Maybe was it L? Yes, it was L. So we do have some ETFs for you guys to trade. So I think there's like 3 or 4 of them out there on SpaceX. So you don't have to trade SpaceX, the ticker itself. There are some ETFs out there. Just want to pull that up as well before we got off the live stream.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah, SPCH. There's another one. SSPC. So there we go. So a lot of ETFs out there. I had one. Ingrid was one of. She kind of. That's why I just reminded that. But Ingrid, Aussie chick, earlier was on my live stream and asked about one of them, and I said, "Oh yeah, I think I saw a post on Twitter yesterday that the ETFs were now out available to trade starting yesterday. So that was just a little tidbit of information for you guys. Wrapping up here in the next 7 minutes. Don't forget, smash that like button. We get 50 likes on today's live stream. We'll give away a 25K eval. If we get up to that 100 likes, we'll give away another one. Every 50 likes, 25K eval. Maybe eventually we'll give. Maybe we'll do that for Juneteenth. If the Juneteenth live stream gets 50 likes, we'll give away a 50K eval. I don't know. I have to get the okay on that. I don't know about that. We'll see. My Jeep will be happy with. Oh yeah, for sure, Mike. Yeah. My Jeep Wrangler, like here. My Jeep Wranglers. One says 18 to the gallon on the price, the window sticker. The other 2 say 14 to the gallon on the window sticker. Now we don't have the green one anymore, but we do have the little light blue. Anyway, we call it like bluish color. It's almost silver. The color is actually called Earl Grey, and so it's supposed to be a gray, but it has this like kind of like teal silver look to it. It's really cool. And then of course the big purple guy, the Thanos. Yeah, so it's and then of course the BMW gets actually good gas mileage when I'm not hammering. And I say good, it gets like 20 to 23 to the gallon on the interstate, but I'm very rarely getting that because I have a very heavy foot, I was told.
That doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all.
My right foot is so heavy. It weighs about 17 more pounds than my left foot, I heard. I've never yeah, it's a heavy righty. I used to be the kicker for the high school football team. They used to make some 80, 85-yard field goals like they were nothing. But my accuracy was so bad. It was like I could make them, but then I also would, and they'd go into the stadium. And one time I knocked a mother off of the balcony and the bleachers.
Did you really?
No, I'm just kidding. I will say the funny story.
Gosh.
So here's one of the funny stories I will say, which is so funny. 2 funny stories from real quickly. Back to football. The first one, which reminds me of high school. One time we're going to a high school football game. This is after I graduated. I forgot why me and Danny, because Danny and Joe didn't even go to school there. I forgot why we're going, but it was some big event. So we obviously, for whatever reason, we're going. I'm opening my car door as we're parking, right? It's a high school game, so people are just flying in there, right? It's like, of course they had the ushers or whatever, and they're like, hey, you go here. Hey, you go here. Well, I'm not looking when I open my door. When I open my door, someone's driving and drives right into the door that I opened and then it's not my car. I'm like, oh no! And it was a teacher that went to school there, and I knew her. It was one of those no Josh moments. Oh God, I just ruined his car. Now I've ruined her car, and then anyway, so. And then I felt like I also should have been like, well, I mean, why didn't they give me enough room to open the door? So it was funny. But the funnier story here, back in 8th grade, the community in the town that I live in was growing exponentially and still kind of is while I live outside of there now. But anyway, that's where I went to high school at, and essentially my later years of grade school was growing so fast that they moved the 9th grade out of the high school and into the junior highs for room because the high school has just gotten so big and overpopulated essentially. And so we had 2 junior highs. Margo, we lay down. Anyway, so now we have 9th grade in the junior high. So we have football teams for 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade. Well, they have to divvy out what period those are. Well, first period was 7th grade, and that was the worst. When I had 7th grade football, it's the first period of the day. So you have to go to football practice, and then the rest of your classes are after that. So you got to go take a shower maybe, or it was not fun. Now 8th grade is in the middle of the day. It's right before lunch. And then 9th grade was at the end of the day, which was great when you were in 9th grade. But anyway, let's go back to 8th grade now. So it's in the middle of the day. I am playing a dummy football, like, of course, you played both sides, right? And so I'm playing a running back for our linebackers, like literally, truly a tackling dummy. They're practicing tackling drills on me. I was kind of elusive. So anyway, Ryan Cardona, and this guy was like a bowling ball. I mean, this is the guy I was telling you that was like, he's, he probably 5'5", 5'6", but dude could squat 500 pounds, like he was just huge, just a bowling ball. But he played linebacker, and he was our fullback. Anyway, he wallops me. I don't remember anything, honestly, is my point. I get so hard, I have a concussion. Well, let me run you through the events that I don't remember that I was only filled in on. So I'm blacked out, which is really cool because the next day I got to come back to all my classes and say, I couldn't do homework. Here's my doctor's note. I literally don't remember anything from yesterday, and I literally didn't. And so I get hit. And I act normal. This is what's crazy. I act normal enough to get dressed, and now I'm at lunch. And then my friends and the students, they could tell something was off, but not. And I gave away my lunch. They said, like, yeah, you're acting a little loopy at lunch, and you weren't hungry. And of course, after a concussion, you're not. And you were giving away your lunch. You're like, who wants my lunch today? I'm not hungry. And you're like getting up and tossing stuff to people, like who were like, hey, who wants my lunch? You're like, man, Josh is on one today. You gave away your lunch to everybody. And then now we go to 5th period after that. Well, I'm walking the halls, I guess. I have no idea. I'm literally have no idea where my 5th period class is. I'm literally walking the halls. So someone finds me and says, Josh, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know where they're like, you don't know where your class is at? And I was like, no, I have no idea where I guess I have no idea, but I'm saying this. I'm talking. I'm literally doing all this. I have no idea. And so they're like, okay, something's up with Josh. He says he's done. And so they take me to the principal's office. Our principal was Mr. Nash. This dude's like 80. He is about to probably die any minute now. Smells like a cigarette because as much as he just went. But anyways, it's an old cigarette is what I always call him. But I go up to him and try to dap him up. I go in, what's up, Mr. Nair, principal, whatever. And I try to dap him up, and he's all like, what is going on? Now they really know. I know Josh is outgoing, but this is kind of to a whole new stage. They finally take me into the nurse's office to maybe finally start trying to figure out what's going on with me. And that's when I start throwing up, and they go, oh, he must have had a concussion. And they luckily just put the pieces together, call my dad. Now I'm on the way up to, I still don't remember any of this. Dad picks me up on the way to the emergency room. I guess I'm asking my dad because I'm looking at Smoked Tuna's profile and it's a picture of the tuna. I'm asking my dad when we going fishing. I've never been fishing with my dad a day in my life. My dad, I don't think, has ever been fishing a day in his life. I've been fishing, but never with my dad. And the whole time I'm asking him, when are we going fishing? When are we going fishing? I don't come to until after the CAT scans and MRIs, and I'll never forget looking down at my John Elway jersey I wore that day, and it was dirty because of throw up. But then also going, I didn't know who it was at first, and I didn't know who my favorite team was, and it wasn't until I was literally on the way home where I start having that's where I kind of start remembering stuff again. But it was about 30 minutes to an hour. Because I had I remember lunch is 30, 45 minutes when you're in grade school, right? So you got to think from through lunch, I'm walking around 5th periods in place. I'm just walking the halls till finally someone says, hey, and then I'm in the principal's office. So I always wondered, was it an hour? Was it an hour and a half that I'm doing things that I had no idea and had no control of. So it was like a funny, crazy moment that I had a concussion, because then fast forward playing flag football in 11th grade, I took a hit. Because we weren't in helmets, and I took a hard hit, and I remember getting up going, and I felt that I was like, my favorite team's Denver Broncos, my favorite players John Elway and Michael Jordan.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Am I still there?
Yes. Because I would go in and out, and I kept telling myself, and I was like, I think I had a mild concussion that day, but I'll never forget having to run through the ringer of hey, you remember everything this time though. But yeah, I had a true concussion.
So the question that I have, and I'm sure everyone else in chat is wondering, is are you sure you're not Johnny Knoxville? It sounds like Jackass, man. Sounds like the movie. That's what it sounds like.
It does,
I think you're forgetting who you are. You're Knoxville. That's who he is.
Well, that is funny. I didn't think about that. Truly. There we go. Truly. Yeah, the Johnny Knoxville moment. Because I bet that's happened to him all those hits he's taken where he's had a concussion and he has no idea, for the hours on end that he's doing stuff. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I love it. I didn't think about it.
Are you coming back on here with Steve? I know I'm getting off here shortly. Are you and Steve? Are you guys up next?
It's back to Power Hour. So there's no earnings today. Today is going to be a normal day. Back to Steve and his Power Hour. He'll have Power Hour, full Power Hour. So 3 p.m. Eastern. I think he's going to go through the closing bell with you guys and make sure you don't have any questions, any charts you guys want to break down, which I thought that was awesome. You guys were doing that yesterday for all the traders in chat. So stick around. Steve will be back at the start of Power Hour. Earnings gets really light the rest of this week. We'll be back to earnings next week. But the rest of this week, you guys like Snowman, and all you guys in chat that love Steve and Power Hour and that full Power Hour just to go over charts and trades and back that today through Thursday. I'll be back tomorrow. So I'll be back here tomorrow. Jesse is, when are you back? Thursday.
I'll be back on Thursday with you for the J&J show.
That's what I thought, my man. And if you want to, like I said, on Friday, we're gonna do that Friday recap. And as many of you guys want to join, I think Alejandro's gonna try to join. But for Juneteenth, if you're around, Friday afternoon, wouldn't mind for you to come over for that.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
And then tomorrow, which I'm messaging with Steve, looking to cover FOMC as well. So tomorrow, I know we usually have the lunch recap with Steve and I from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern. Well, right after that's FOMC. So we'll definitely have some sort of tie for that tomorrow as well. So you guys, for the rest of the day, you guys have a good one. Thank you all for coming over. Smash that like button. Don't forget, 50 likes on today's live stream. You get another 25K eval giveaway. Steve will be back here in about 3 hours to run you guys down in Power Hour. Jesse, any last words from you, brother?
That's it, man. It's been fun. I'm looking forward to coming back on Thursday. And it's been really great. Thank you, everyone in chat. Shrimp tacos, Taco Tuesday. Let's go. Yep. Super excited.
I'm not kidding you. Next time you're at a Mexican restaurant, just say, listen, I don't want the whole meal. I just heard I got to have some carne asada tacos. You get you some carne asada tacos. Essentially what they're like is like having a good solid street taco. They're really good.
There it is.
Love you guys. Have a good one. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Steve's back in just a bit.
What's up, traders? Steve Talman here. It is Power Hour. In theory, SPY's not showing much power today yet, and we're going to talk about it. Let's get into it here as I adjust into the camera. There we go. Okay. How we doing, guys? What are we trading? What's going on? What's going on? We're going to be looking at some small cappers today, some big cappers today. But first off, SPY, because it's having a little bit of a hard time. We've got a 5-minute chart up here. Lighter color in this area to the right is today's session. This was overnight in the dark, and this was yesterday's session on the left side of our screen, this light session here. So we came up, tagged into this high level node. We can see this darker zone up here. We reacted to it on the first day, and this morning tried to break through to it, was unable to make any traction over this pre-market high. Mark that out real quick. That will be an area of interest this week, assuming we can crawl our way back up. If not, though, let's zoom out a little bit because we have a big range that we are potentially breaking down back into. Got a big gap on the daily as well. What's up, Nigel? How's it going, man? How's your day going? Let's see here. I'm going to go to the daily chart real quick. I'm going to mark out this gap that we are into. Ooh, very spooky. There's the start of the gap. Into the gap there. Back to the 5-minute. Yo, Joe. What's up? SpaceX going to unwind. I don't know. We should talk about that right after SPY. But we're seeing if this is a failed breakdown here, if the bulls can finally try to make a stand, get us back over this blue, this yellow, and more in particular, and really ultimately the white. So that's the 9, 20, and 50 moving average here on the 5. Been a very good little trade. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know what it is, but we're going to figure it out live. Essentially, we're getting held under here. We're getting gate kept under here pretty well. This is a solid trend until this breaks. We got to assume that this thing wants to get some more pressure to the downside. So like I said, we are in the gap here. This is the gap barely holding on. Trying once, trying twice to hold on, but we are breaching it. Let's see if we can free fall a little bit. Maybe the 750. That'd be a nice round number. That's where I'd be looking if we lose the low of this candle. You could say come back up, lose the low, come back up into these moving averages, and you try to get a fill there, and then just carry it on downwards. So like an entry there, entry there, entry anywhere up in here, off the yellow. It's kind of what we're looking for. It almost gave one off the blue, but not quite. So maybe in the next minute or two, it'll wick back up. Or could just yeet its way on down. So SPY a little bit sketchy here. Let's go to a 15-minute chart or so. There we go. A few things to note. First thing is we had this rally in cash session. This kind of continuation rally. This was the overnight rally from the news. This was the cash session continuation rally. We gave that back. We're coming back right now to test. You can see this is where the breakout happened. This is where the gap starts. Just holding yesterday's lows until now. Now we are starting to lose it. So that means this whole thing acts as a top wick on the weekly candle, likely, at least for now. And we got to start looking at this in a range. Probably from Friday's close to that cash session high. So equilibrium, it's right where we surged up into right off of the news overnight on Sunday. That's definitely a level of interest. It's also just 749. So 749 to 750, definitely a zone of interest for me. And I think that's where we're headed if we don't post a stick save here. That would look like, okay, we held the breakout overnight. We tried to break down. We found a buyer. We protected the gap. Then it would probably take a little amount of rebasing before we really get pushing again. Maybe something like that before we eventually make our way to a new high. That'd be bull path here. We can watch on the 1 minute. We'll definitely see if the bears have the juice to follow down into the gap. Bear path is we could even just kind of go back to VWAP or something, but then end up end up from there needing to go down into the gap more, test this 750. Hello, Usman. Good afternoon. What are your thoughts? Let's see. Thoughts on Bitcoin. Is it good to buy BTC or Rocket Lab today? Great question. Let's take a look at those. Let's do Bitcoin into Rocket Lab into SpaceX. That sounds good. Real quick on SPY. Just going to look at that 1 minute because the bulls are trying. I'm just not sure. I think this is a short entry right off the 7, this 9 like we're talking about, the 21 like we're talking about. I don't know why I said 7. I don't use a 7 moving average. I do use a 9. I do use a 21. Those both acted as nice little entries there like we were talking about. It showed the incentive, then it pops back up. We'll see if that works. If I was in that, I would give it a little room, put my stop over here probably, the 752. You could move it tighter over this high as well. If you're feeling a little spicy, saying, nope, we're not going to run this yellow, or this white 50 moving average. FOMC, I see, yes. Okay, yeah, let's talk about it. So let's start with IBIT. It's the Bitcoin ETF. Bitcoin, what is you doing? Every pump gets sold. That's worrisome. At least today. I think it is doing better overall. I haven't looked at it in a couple days, to be honest. So let's start at a daily. I know it's trying to carve out a fake breakdown. I do think this is an interesting look here. It usually worries me when a chart swipes through a long-term floor, just like SPY right now, to be honest. Just like SPY right now. But in this case, I do like that it was a hard flush, and now we kind of have done a double bottom on this right part at the very least. We push down, we push up, we push low again, and then that created a little neckline that we did break out of nicely. So I'd like to see come back and test the neckline here at 36.50 on IBIT. So one more red day, and I'd probably be a buyer if it came down here and then I started to see buyers stepping in there. It's not the worst place to get involved right here off of the curling 9-day moving average. That did hold the support, so that might be all she wrote. It might just flip this and start progressing higher. Your first target, 38.50, this falling 20-day moving average. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I think it's not a bad chart. It just might need a little more time. Worst case, it might, well, not worst case. Worst case is it goes straight to zero, I guess. Worst case is it might be putting in a larger W, like that. So that's something to think about. But in general, I think you're probably good buying anywhere in this low volume node right here. So starting 37 down to 36.50. That's your kind of buy zone there, I think. Going back to SPY real quick, it looks like it is going to be continuing its move down. We talked about it looking heavy. Let's see if we get a little trade there. Nice flush so far. So we talked Bitcoin. Let's talk Rocket Lab, and we'll keep checking back in with SPY. Rocket Lab. Question is, we're going to see differentiation in space names now that SpaceX is out. Now you have to be just as good or a better investment than SpaceX for money to go to you instead of, well, the big shiny thing. The brand new toy that everybody wants in their portfolio. So Rocket Lab, on a daily, it is trying its best to hold where it needs to. I do think that after a while, once this bases out a little more, this is a buy. It could be a buy now. Let's talk about what I'm seeing. First off, we have this previous swing high. This is where I'd like to see it come back in and test. I guess it technically did. Essentially $100. Really nice floor. We're going to go up just a few. Yeah, 100. Let's call it 102.50 to 97.50. That seems like a good little $5 range on either side, or $5 range where we can look to get involved in. I would like to see one more push down. We might just not get it. What we should be starting to look at as well is this 50-day moving average acting as a pretty solid pivot. So you could say, hey, I'm going to wait until it's under here, and then when it reclaims with strength, I'm going to buy with that buyer that's reclaiming it again. You could say, hey, we just did that. I'm buying here. Close enough for government work. I wouldn't fault you for it. So I do like it. I think that this is one of the strongest names that you'd want to be in the space area besides besides SpaceX itself. And I mean, that's got to bring us to Big Daddy itself, SpaceX, because that is an ominous candle. Ominous candle. Question is, if SpaceX starts selling, does that mean all space names sell, or does that mean that that money can flow back into the strongest of the space names? I'm not sure. We will find out. But first off, let's look at a 5-minute chart of SpaceX. What's it doing today? Had a beautiful pump in the morning, and really the best pump was overnight. Beautiful, beautiful action there. Boom, straight up to 215 once the market closed. Once the pre-market opened this morning, and grinded its way up to 200 on pre-market, or on yesterday's close. Cash session today ripped through those pre-market highs. That creates a level of interest. Those top wicks that you could see we were playing with, and actually formed a little head and shoulders here that's starting to play out, breaking down, testing the next level of support, which is that 200 level, that pre-market open level, that round number level. And if we lose 196.33, which is the pre-market lows, this thing can flush out. Till then, look for rebasing. Just like when it first opened, didn't look particularly amazing fading into the close, till you realized it pushed up, came down, formed one low, and really this was the low when it opened, came down into the end of the day to form a higher low, and that in effect acted as a new base. Let me illustrate that a little better. Oof. Pardon me, guys. All right. There we go. Lower low, higher low. And this is the neckline of the top of the range that got broken at first, came back to confirm that it doesn't need to go back down, then grind up. So we push up, form a new range. We come down, we test that range, kind of forming the range bottom. We come up, try to push above, but we're failing. Now we're trying to see if there's still buyers at the bottom of the range. I think probably there is. Just look for sellers through this 195, 196. Until that happens, this thing can do the same thing. Start of the day, pushed up, faded into the close. Now it's going to try to form. There's your lower low. In theory, this is your higher low. So if so, then it would not need to revisit that 196 that we mentioned. And this would constitute a valid high or low, and it could come back up to this neckline and eventually work its way higher. That's what we're going to be watching for. A few other space names that are worth taking a peek at. We talked Rocket Lab. I do like ASTS as well. I do like RDW as well. But some are weaker than others. Some I'm waiting for them to settle more. And I think we can get much bigger discounts considering all the liquidity mechanics going on in the space. Oh, thank you for the heads up. I'm sorry, Osman, I'm just checking late here on the comments because I was all wrapped up in looking at that. RKLB is getting added to Nasdaq on Monday. They will pump it tomorrow before inclusion. I agree. We saw that with Marvell as well. Marvell getting a nice $10, $20 pump there on their S&P inclusion. ASTS, it loves looking like it's going to the moon and then looking like it's going to the bottom of the ocean, I guess. I don't know. Doing these deep, deep back tests. I don't think it's broken yet, but man, does it not feel good. If you were in from around, I do have some shares at 86 that I guess they did get stopped out. I put a stop at break even on the runners after I took half off at the high of the day here, hoping it would do Rocket Lab things, break the high, go on some more, come back down, and then, well, didn't want that to happen. That's basically what happened. I was hoping it would be more like Rocket Lab where it breaks above the range, comes back to test that range high. It keeps going, so I held half, and, well, took the stop on that one. Picked wrong. But the other space name worked a lot better. RDW here. My starter position on this one's way down at 750. So that's the only thing I have left. Even my $9.50, $9 ads, I took all of those off on the way up. Whole bunch into 20. The very last of mine into 22. I did not catch the move up to 26. Totally fine with me. I did not catch the elevator down except for on maybe I think it's like 50 shares tops, 25 shares. And those are just my forever ports shares. So that's like my space allocation because someday I think space is important. Marvell, Jonathan, good to see you, man. Mentioning not Jonathan dropping to 285, Marvell down to 285. Let's take a look at that. So I think that this is where we start getting really interested. And I know it looks scary, double toppy. I'm not too worried about it. It looked double toppy here too, and they were just waiting for moving averages to catch up. I'm looking for these moving averages to catch up in the next couple days, so into the end of the week here, and especially into next week. Ideally, what we want to see is, so we had this kind of wedge that broke out and is retesting. Ideally, we would like to just see it hold and keep going. It might need to develop more. What that would look like is basically saying, okay, we gapped up, we're in a new range, but we still need to base out. So we come down, we test that we don't want to go back lower. In the gap, we find big buyers. That sets the middle of the, you guys know what I'm going to say, the W. Then we come back down again into this rising 20-day moving average. That's what I'd really like to see. If it's this much of a pop, if you have the big story of getting included in the S&P, probably it's not going to just be really nice and uniform and come up a little bit, come right back down, kiss the 10, then take off. I think it probably needs to cut a little deeper. If it takes a little bit of a while and chop on down and we run this 20-day up, right to the confluence of that, you have this high volume node. That's where I'd kind of be looking for it to come back down, test, and on the reclaim, get involved. I'll also draw where this 21-day is roughly going to go. See, it's going to roughly go like that. You'll have this downtrend line coming down like this as well, and kind of create an area where decent chance sorry, my drawing got a little wonky there. Decent chance it does something like this, which is basically kind of curl out, form a new base, form this down, up, and it's probably going to scare some people here in the next day or two. I mean, the market's kind of doing that in general. Let's take a look at SPY. I think it did flush out a little bit more and starting to recover. Nice. So we didn't quite get the 750. I thought it would reach down into there, but the fact that we couldn't even get there makes me think that this could be a failed auction. We've reached into the gap and we're now pushing up. And, oh, great question, Nigel. We're going to get into A-Lab in just a second. Let me get some other questions here first. Yeah, strong push here on SPY makes me think it's a failed breakdown or a failed market auction. And you can see essentially we came back in and we came back down into all of these wicks where we pushed off of the news on Sunday night. So this is kind of representative of, hey, if this peace deal is legit, if we're playing this ball game, if we're saying, hey, we believe in this, this is the line where it should probably hold, and respecting it so far. Otherwise, we can wash out pretty quickly. I do think that we want to try to push higher pretty soon here, but we got to keep watching. Going to go to a 5-minute here. And we see this little 5-minute neckline starting to occur. So 751, generally a good sign when you get a big bottom wick like this. Maybe we do push down once more, but this could just be a little bit of a squeeze. We're squeezing bears right now. Squeezing bears who wanted this 750 and below to cash out. Not too shabby. So I am dying of thirst. I'm going to get a water real quick, guys. I'll be right back. There we go. Thing of beauty. Look at that. Squeeze the bears. So what we saw there, remember we were watching that little neckline at 71.50. It reached under it. Candle opened right at it, reached under it. You could also do the same kind of failed breakdown setup off of that pivot, saying, hey, all right, we're under it, but I think that we're going to reclaim and push higher. And then once we do, you get that kind of squeeze movement here. So now bulls are trying to reach it up into these moving averages and see what it can do. We're going to go to a 1-minute chart, because I think it's important to watch the reclaim of these short-term moving averages, because that was also, again, that candle we talked about, the entry off that pivot. You can see what it was doing. It was coming back into the 1-minute, or I'm sorry, the 9-minute moving average on a 1-minute chart, getting you in there if you were in. Now it's probably, say, trim into this 71.50, this falling 50-minute, just because, hey, last time historically it pops over it, it's had a very hard time. That's where the sellers have been. So that could change. We kind of think it will because we reached down and we got liquidity needed to break that trend. But just keep in mind, this is where we could see the seller kind of stepping in, and you even see the front running of that selling a little bit. See that pops up to it, and then there's a seller. So we got to respect that algorithm and trim into that just in case we're wrong and it doesn't flip trend and go crazy. Because as of now, this is a breakdown and a back test. We're just kind of front running. Well, I'm not even in a position, just mentally front running, saying, hey, this looks strong, looks like it's going to try to squeeze them. This is the area where the bears could logically step back in and say, hey, we're retesting in with the low of the day prior that we lost. Now they're going to try again. So the game here is bulls are saying, we called BS once, we're going to do it again. This is what bulls are saying. We'll see if they're right. And what they want is a W pattern. There's the middle. They want a higher low, and then they want to go. So maybe the higher low is only at 750, just under the 751. I see this little node of volume here at 750.86. That's something to consider. Maybe it's as low as down as that 751, and it just barely tests this this 9-day again, this 9-minute. Either way, we're going to be looking for this constructivity to continue. And let's see. Nigel mentioning SIDU, and apologies, this was 7 minutes ago, so I'm going to get better about keeping up with comments. There's just a lot to say about these charts. So SIDU, let's pull that up real quick. It's just not my favorite. It's too small cap. What I will say, not a bad place to look for some moving average recovery. And why I say that is you have the low, you have the big push high, you have it coming back down, you get the new high up to $6, comes back down with a new, a higher low, and then you get another new high into the SpaceX IPO, and this one also so far has held a higher low and putting in a little bit of a bottom wick. You can watch this one this week, and we can see where the weekly candle forms. And remember, the weekly tells us what to trade. The daily tells us how we should trade it. And what I'm seeing, yeah, you want this to reclaim. So it's okay if it goes under, but you really want to get in on the reclaim. See right there, that would have been really nice at 230. So maybe we get in on the reclaim of 340, 345. That's the way I'd look at this one. Otherwise, I see no reason to own this one over something else. 3 pushes up in a fail. If it doesn't hold the higher low structure, pretty worrisome. So if I did take this trade, I would put a stop under, I'd put the stop under this low at 313, assuming we would get over that 350. And if I really wanted to run a wider stop, it would definitely be at the 284, the previous swing low. If it loses that, I don't know where it's going. Not my favorite, but not terrible. Hey, Tyler. Caught a nice bounce on Tesla at 400 this morning. Great job. Love to hear it. Let's look at that real quick. Give you your flowers. Oh, man. Yeah, didn't quite get to 400, but that's also a sign, right? You know, so Tyler was recognizing that strength, got involved somewhere and caught a really nice little bounce there. Couple nice bounces there today. Interesting strength in Tesla overall. Maybe this is a play. Maybe this is something we should keep an eye on, because notable that this is a lot stronger than the market today. I do believe. Decently stronger than the market, I'd say. At the very least, Tesla's usually weaker than the market, at least lately. So worth noting. I do want to see if this can continue. Sorry, I got to get used to it. I got to change my camera. keep drifting off screen. There we go. So, yeah, Tesla, not too bad. All right, we got a comment from Umesh, I believe. Hope I didn't mispronounce that. Can you hold overnight trades on the Trade the Pool accounts? Great question. So we have a few little nuances there. First off, if you just are looking to swing trade like that, you can get a swing trade account. Just get the swing trade account. No worries there at all. Nice and easy. If you want to swing trade a little bit in your in your normal account, the account that we use for scalping, well, you can hold 10% of your account size overnight. I believe that works out to, what is it, 350? I don't know. It might be like $500 or $700 on the default. default account. I think it's 700 on a 25,000 account, something like that. So you do have some wiggle room there. And what you would do to hold a swing overnight is basically it will auto liquidate you on the non-swing accounts 10 minutes before the bell at the mock candle, just to keep you safe. You can re-enter with a position size under 10% of your full margin, and then you will be able to hold that overnight, and that isn't breaking any rules. So that is the situation there. And definitely just go on to the Trade the Pool Discord if you have any questions on stuff like that, and they will set you straight super quick. I try to know as much as I can about all the intricacies of the rules. I've been trading with them for over a year now, a couple of years, just about 2 years now. But there's people whose whole job it is just to know all of this stuff. It's my job to not scare you off with my face and talk about trades. So I might not be the best person to ask always, but I'll always do my best. Let's see. Now we're getting here to A-Lab. Tyler also mentioning that if Marvell can hold above the gap, we're okay. Reminds him of ARM and MU2 hovering above the gap. Absolutely. So the gap is a regime shift, right? That's saying, hey, Wall Street, you were sleeping on us. Now you got to chase us to get involved. As long as the narrative that caused Wall Street to miss it is intact, well, that chase continues. As long as there's somebody willing to hit the next cent up on that bid, well, they're going to keep offering a higher price. Price is going to keep grinding up. Sounds like Tyler's heavily invested in the AI data center energy side of things. He's mentioning CEG, Constellation Energy, VST, Vistra, and TLN, Talon. Familiar with all three of these names, all of them on my, in general, bullish list. And I do want to talk about them real quick. Oops, what did I do here? Oh, I accidentally deleted one of my grids. Oh well, we'll do it live. Start with VST on let's go weekly. This thing is getting very coily. This chart looks very similar to TLN as well. And essentially these things, I believe TLN and Vistra, they're getting punished for regulatory risk regarding something. I forgot, but shout out Prometheus in my server, amazing fundamentals trader. He's been bullish on these guys for a while, but does recognize that, hey, might take a while to play out as we chop around this regulatory risk. You can see Talon very similar, just a little bit stronger, starting to look like it's ready to push on out of this base. And I'm liking all of these. What was the last one he said? CEG, Constellations. This one's going to be tied more to nuclear prices, which is why it's weaker. And you see a little droopy there, but that's okay. We still like you. Eventually, it's going to go much higher. It's a very good company. Fundamentals very good long term. We're going to need nuclear one of these days. The market just seems to have forgotten. So that's where I'm thinking there. Let's talk about A-Lab real quick. Big bull about Astera. Been a big bull for a very long time. We took this trade $90 to, well, I was out at 200. I was on vacation. I said, my shares doubled. I'm getting out. I know some people held on longer. It went up all the way to 265 on that initial push before wiping out. But still never getting back to break even for us. So $100 was the drawdown. I really should have held a little bit, like I usually do. You'll see this was like a year ago. Yeah, this year I've been really, because of this play mostly, I've been getting better about just holding a chunk of anything that I get really cheap that goes really crazy, just because it's usually a sign that it's going to go higher eventually. And if there's a big breakdown, okay, so what? I lose 30% of my 10% of my shares or something. I can live with that, because that equates to like what? No, man, don't make me do math on the spot. But essentially, I can give back a lot on a very small runner, and it's not a big deal. It's okay to have that tracking position, as long as I'm taking money out of the trade multiple times in multiple tranches on the way up, securing that, hey, it's not the same as if, I'm in at $100 and it goes to 250 and then it comes all the way back to 100 and I didn't sell a single share. I'd feel like a real jerk then. If I sold half at 200 and I free rolled the trade, then we got to 250, I sold another quarter, and then I only have a quarter left and it comes all the way back down to break even. Well, I only gave back maybe 1/5, 1/6, 1/7, 1/8, 1/10 of my profits. It's looking more like that, and that's very acceptable. In terms of like what these guys are actually about. In general, any kind of semiconductor packaging is a great place to be. Amazing company and amazing chart. And to me, this thing looks like it's doing a megaphone and it's going to squeeze higher. It's just going to be a matter of how it gets there. Just watch for entries off of this 9-day moving average if you want to get involved. Ideally, you wait for a 21, but I don't know if we get that. Really, really strong chart. Got some more chatter on Tesla. We can revisit that real quick. I think I was saying it's looking compelling on an intraday level, but it is still in the middle of the range. It is trying to push up, so I am bullish intraday here. I just don't know exactly if it's got the juice today, if it's more of a tomorrow thing. Either way, let's wait for a wick back into these moving averages. If you want to get involved, 406 looks like the spot right now. If it comes back down into 406, you can get in there with a stop under 404. That seems acceptable. Something like bada bing, bada boom. You'd be looking for something like that. I really would not expect it to break high of day today. We don't have much time. What we could do is run it up to these high volume nodes here at 410 to 411. That'd be the best I'd really be expecting, unless SPY is going crazy, which I don't think it is. I think it's doing the high or low path. Perfect. Did we have this up on another chart so we could see the pictures? Let's see. There it is. Look at that. So we'll see if it can do this bullish path of, we said it could, this would be the most bullish if it just was a shallow little pullback into the 751. I believe that before I nudged up there, come on, I wanted to see 750. Now that'd be way too deep. That'd be a new low. 750.50, that's what it was. That's what it was. 750.50. Or that pivot that we had previously drawn at 750.89. So we shall see. Bulls, balls in your court. Can you hold the line? Right now, bears are still saying, we're still here. We're still waiting. This is a sizable candle. So last sizable candle we had, the bulls just needed one more before they found their footing. We can see if they squeeze the bears out again. And like I said, create this W base, which would be higher probability for a push up. Otherwise, a little tough, a little sketchy. So we can keep our eye out real closely here. Still just a bad candle close. And all right, see, now bulls, they're recognizing we got to really get some juice going here if we're going to form this higher low that we're looking for. A good place to enter this. It's a little tough. It's a little tough. You could just on this candle close right here on this engulfing. Once it closes, but this is showing incentive to push higher. We can also look for a little mini higher low, and say, all right, this couple minute progression here is forming neckline down here and then up for the middle part. See, they're trying their best. Bulls are really trying here. We have 20 seconds left for the close. Bears pushing it down off the 9-minute moving average. Bears are still here. You could say, hey, this is the high or low as it's coming down here after pushing up to the middle. So let's see if it can hold. If you did take an impulse long here, you're jumping the gun. But as long as it holds the low of this candle, still okay. Although, man, nope. Woof. All right, let's see if it can do it. Let's see if it can hold the line here. Otherwise, we can reprice down a little bit. We have the 750 that we never cleared out. That's right under the previous low. So those are two liquidity draws to the bottom if it can't hold this line. I still think it wants to. I still would like to see it, but it's very sketchy to see that big push up, the big wick, get completely reverted so fast, because that means the bulls had one shot to not miss their chance to blow, and so far they are failing. Now testing the pivot from the 1-minute candle engulf. If no buyers step foot somewhere really soon in this little wick, this bottoming structure, then, I mean, we got to go lower, right? And that breaks the kind of bull's hopes and dreams. Let's see if it can hold this. We're going to check back in just a second. I want to check up on these comments. What's up, Mike? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Beautiful day. Sun is shining. Port is green, I hope. And not too humid out. Love to see it. Good stuff there. Bulls still trying their best. We're going to check back in just a minute. I want to look at some of these chips moving intraday. Marvell doesn't look ready to bottom yet. SMH, kind of rough. And I think we at least need to check in with 750 proper and see what's going on there. See if there are buyers under there. Let me fix my darn webcam too, because that was bugging me. Oh, baby, that's so much better. Now I don't have to keep shifting. All right, now we're cooking. PDYN, Paladine, back near 6, says Tyler. Let's take a look at PDYN. And I'll show you a few of the plays I'm hunting for too. SPY not acting right, looking weak. Looking weak, like it doesn't want to hold this higher low that we were kind of hoping for. We're going to keep an eye on that as well. So let's take PDYN full screen, pull it up on a daily. Getting dire. We tried to do the breakout, Tyler. I know you were talking about this one. I think you caught some of it. Now we're right back to where it all started. Right back to home base. I don't know if that means he's safe or not. Let's take a look at this. Actually going to go to a weekly first. Man, this thing is coiled. Man, this thing is coiled. I don't even care about this line that much. Okay, sure, I'll keep it up. So we're going to make this line a little thinner. Show that we don't care about it as much, but it's still there. So, okay, here's the point. We have this big pennant, big consolidation on a weekly level. This thing has been in basically deciding on a fair price for quite a while. It seems like the fair price has been decided on for now, roughly 650. If we can flip this and see a repricing over this last swing high, basically, we can look at it like, all right, nobody knows what this company is going to be worth, especially when big news comes out. So the big news reprices it from 350 all the way up to 1550. Then we kind of start oscillating. Bears start realizing, okay, well, it's not a $15 stock yet. They got a little ahead of their skis, so they put in a higher low, and they keep putting in higher lows, driving price back to fair value. At this point, fair value's here, and bulls go, all right, well, it's too cheap at $4. We'll bring it back at the very least to the 7. Bulls still think it's going much higher. Bears keep jumping in lower and lower. Bulls keep jumping in higher and higher. So you've got that tightening represented by this pennant. So now we are at the pivot point. Once again, we tried to break a new high. Now we're going to try to break a new low. If we can hold over 570, if we hold over 570, then we can say, hey, high or low. Let's run it back up here and just try to knock on this door again. Knock on this upside again. I do think that this is a good amount of volume up here at 950 to 9. Basically, we have a very bifurcated volume profile here. By that, I mean we got this big node. You got this big node, but there's a big hollow spot in the middle. So every time it gets up here, there's a lot of volume. You have a reason to get it up here and then push it back down. And there's a reason to catch it down here, and it kind of keeps drifting. So what I'd really like to see is a hold here, and you can take this to the easy trade, which is to this trend line, and to the little low volume node at $8 here. That's a nice 20% trade too, as long as it can perform a higher low. Problem is we're not seeing that yet. Daily, basically low of the day. What it probably is going to end up looking like if we do get that is a flush, an undercut of $6, and a reclaim. You want to see that undercut happen pretty quickly. Like I said, we don't have that much room to play with here, because if it loses 575, it's over. But that's what you'd be looking for. A little dip like this, you get in right on the reclaim of 6, maybe the back test into 6, then you look for that move up, and realistically you get the swing trade into the $8 or so. Tyler says he's buying more but want to see it hold first, like it for the long-term plan. Beautiful. I think we're on the same page then. I'm picking up what you're putting down, brother. SPY still trying. Let's look at the one with our lines and see if maybe it was just a watched pot never boils type situation. It needed to stop. It was just a little bit bashful. but this still constitutes a higher low. If we can hold this. So if you're trying to take a long, what we're looking for is a candle close over this 9-minute. That's your first potential buy signal. Ideally, you want to see it close over and then retest it, and you get in there, and then it closes above that. Right now, see, we cannot get the reclaim over this 9, so no long trade is available at this moment. We're going to keep an eye on it because I would like to see this market kind of curl up, catch here. Just not 100% sure, and I'd be fine. It would be fine, guys, if we needed to come back in and fill some of that gap. That's not a death sentence. That's just healthy price action. Let's see what else we got cooking. There's a few other interesting setups on my radar that I want to share with y'all. Let's go to the first one here. First one here, very frustrating today, but I'm sticking with it for now. FLNC. I thought it was getting the breakout that I was looking for today, but it still is making me work for it, making me wait for it. So it just came up into this trend line. Really looked strong, but 26 was a hard level to breach. Shorts came in ferociously, smacked it all the way back down to 23 bucks before bulls stepped in, getting it back above that key 9 moving average. If it closes under this, I probably shouldn't hold it. Looks like we're going to get the close above, so I will hold the swing. We're playing off the 21 moving average again, just because it worked so darn well last time. Last time when we played off of the 21, it was an amazing trade. It scared the heck out of us when it came back. If I had bought more here, I would be a very happy boy. I'm a moderately happy boy because you know what? I held my position from here. We took it off right when it broke. Actually, I'm not going to lie. I should have taken it off when it broke here. I woke up late this day. Price had already swept up and came back down. So I sold at 25. Not my best exit there, but you know what? We like the entry. We like the hold here into the 21. We see the similar thing or the same thing kind of shaping up here again. Basically, big breakout on earnings. The earnings were great, guys. I don't know if you've heard of Serenity, big name in the semiconductor space, the FinTwit guru space. They were all over it. All of the stuff they touch pumps. So that probably led to a bit of this overshoot, as well as they were mentioned by NVIDIA, I believe, on some call. Or some news report or something, they name dropped, I think, Bloom Energy and FLNC, maybe one or two others. Hey, Talk, what's up? I see you in there. What's shaking with you today? Crow in the house too? Oh boy, Crow wants me to get political. All right, we got to talk FLNC before we go there. But in general, guys, these strong names, this is a wild name. This is a name where you wait for your spot and very likely you'll hit it. Say you didn't get the 21 day that this time, you're going, oh my goodness gracious, it's up 8-10%. All right, bring it back down, form a higher low. Just wait for your spot. You'll get it. So even today, probably it's going to scare me tomorrow morning too and flush out to this 21 day. Look for 2250 to hold. 2250. As long as it's over 21, we're in business, I think. And we look for the stair-stepping price action. I think this thing wants to keep repricing. I'm going to sell at 30. I'm going to sell at 30 and leave a little bit of a runner for the potential big range break. Over 33.50, I think it can fly, reprice, be a $50 stop perhaps. Hope so. So I'm liking this one. It's just playing games with me. I'll show you that intraday price action to show you how bad it felt. I was really close to selling here too, but my target was 26.50 and 27. And I said, be strong, Steve. You're getting your breakout. No fear. And I had to go to a doctor's appointment, and I came out, and I was sitting back down here, and I was going, all right, I quit. I'm taking the day off. So that's why I didn't trade this afternoon. Still not really loving the price action I'm seeing into the close, but that's fine. It's fine. Hold the open, and I'm happy. Hold 24, and I'm fine. And was that the open? The open was 24.17, right around there. Okay, all right. So, apparently, the Soros cabal is getting investigated for fraud by the FBI, by Kash Patel, by the guy who is it fair to call him Trump's lapdog? It definitely seems like he's a pretty partisan figure there. We're investigating civil rights organizations that are 70 years old, saying they're all fraudulent, or I don't think all of a sudden Republicans really care about civil rights and fraud. unless something has changed drastically. I think they have historically quite frequently cared about telling Democrats they're committing fraud when they're in power, and then doing little witch hunty things. But if there is fraud, I want it punished. So let's find out. That's my take on it. If we're gonna be talking about it, guys. But there's so many conspiracy theories. There's so many conspiracy theories that it's easy to start thinking there's some whole shadow cabal when really there's a lot of people who are just trying to make a quick buck. I think is really what it comes down to. I don't know if there was some overarching plan at a really high level, I think they'd be doing a better job. Let's put it like that. Ay. Oh goodness, don't make me talk about Bill de Blasio, please, Crow. Anything but that. How about we talk about Mamdani and polarize 30-40% of my chat? That's always a good idea. Let's not talk politics. How about that? Let's talk some stocks. I got one for you guys. One for you. It's hard for me because I'm a political nerd. I love talking politics. It's just I also love not alienating the people who are so kind enough to watch me every day. So I will keep my opinions to myself. Because opinions are like something. We all got them, and they usually stink. LPHT, I don't think this one stinks. I think this one's potentially setting up for another one of these type wedges and pops here. Long term, I think this is a very constructive price action, and it's just like it's just building that series of, man, this is a big base and keeps on doing the right thing. So in this area, comes down, tries to push up, forms middle of the W, comes down, forms higher low, breaks structure positive, comes back down, forms another higher low, breaks structure again. And it's these nice wedges, these nice consolidations under our moving averages here, And here we got another consolidation here. So we're going to just keep on looking, just like we looked for all these bottom wicks, and then we looked for the close above. That got us in. We are so close to getting the entry signal. I'm very close to pulling the trigger on the close here just because we have double hammer candles. I probably should have been having an alert down here off of my moving average to get involved here. That would have been a great entry. Regardless, holding the 50 in this tight wedge. If we get the close over the 21 and the 9, maybe tomorrow, I'm all over this one because I think it goes very quickly and explodes up to $18 to $20. Easy. Seen a big candle on SPY. I want to zoom in on this. Oh my goodness gracious, guys. Well, it looks like the pattern did play out, and I was just a little bit early and a little bit dumb. Yeah, let's go with dumb. We'll see if this candle actually sticks. Maybe it's back in the casket for SPY. But it does seem like we found a nice buyer here. They're along the ropes a little bit, but I think bears get kind of backed off here. And I hope I'm not cursing the whole market by even talking about it. Every time I bounce back to the screen, the bullish move starts to fade. So all right, we're going to stop watching SPY real quick. SMH in reality does still look heavy. I'm looking at the leading indicator, or looking at SMH kind of as a leading indicator for SPY. So who's to say? Talk saying that's a little spooky, that pop and drop. Maybe VX futures nibble. Interesting. Mentioning that Bank of Japan hiked rates. So there's some motion in the ocean. There's some reasons that this market has a little bit of fear. That being said, I don't know. I think we keep eating dips. Let's look at SMH on the daily. Where could we really be going down to? I don't see this as like the end. Sure, it's an ugly candle. Don't get me wrong. But let's be real, we're backfilling the gap. Last time we had an ugly candle like this, it backfilled the gap. It was a good idea to buy on that day. Backfilling the gap, coming into that 9 moving average, which is rising up. I don't hate it. What can I say? I don't hate it. It just banged its head on 650. I think we look for buys. I'm not gonna lie. So LPTH, I like it. AAOI looked like it was ready to squeeze, and now I'm not sure if it's a great entry or if it's going to fail. I think it's a great entry, but it's a little bit spooky. So AAOI, getting pretty tight here. Going to redraw these. That looks good. Yeah, when this makes a decision, and the fundamentals are excellent, so I think it would inflect up. When this makes a decision, it's going to be explosive, guys. AAOI is one of the tightest weekly charts that I have on my radar. I will say I was hoping for a stronger weekly close. This thing, when it was up here, was looking a whole lot better. Now, with this hammer to the downside, right after these two top wicks, makes me think maybe we need to push down once more and do a fake breakdown into these kind of wicks on the weekly. So you might get a chance to get in off of the 21 week, but I'd like to see it just hold 163 at the worst and put a strong close to the week and really just take off running. But hey, if these leading names start failing their catches, that might be a sign. So, okay, this is our, I forgot we had a whole arts and crafts project here on Lumentum Light. We've got our little mountain chalet here. We got our cabin in the woods. It's got a nice little lake. And we were doing Head and Shoulders. When Head and Shoulders don't break down, they act as fuel. So now we have another little mountain village here trying to act as fuel. Oh, look at this little pond with ripple lines. This was where Josh lived. That I remember now. Anyways, and I even signed it. Beautiful. So Lumentum here. We are hoping that this push down is enough and we push higher. Essentially, this was a failed breakdown, but now it's back testing, or retesting, I should say, this key 9-week moving average. This is where you want to see these breakouts hold. These leading name breakouts hold off this blue 9 moving average. See it twice on the way up, 3-4 times. So it is getting a little heavy into it, but it's, also you could just look at it like this. It's had more time to base, more time to push higher. So let's keep an eye there. Vivek's running as a GOP. Oh no. I thought we bullied him into irrelevance. Is he going to really come back? I don't know. In general, the American public is not a fan of that kind of personality, I found. And just I don't want to get a talk. I'm trying to pick my words so carefully here. I'm trying to thread the needle and not just make people hate me. I think he's a clown, if I'm going to be honest. So try to get in the Knicks locker room. It's like, no, you're not a cool kid. Go away. This is for the cool kids. Like Timothy Chalamet, apparently. Okay, this is less political, right? We can all kind of group hate on Timothy Chalamet, right? Is that fair? Or am I offending people with that too? Because that is a tough celebration video to watch. I mean, Knicks and 5, you'll love to see it. Go Knicks. But man, I don't know if that is. I don't know if that's a good PR look, celebrating that hard in that outfit. Little Timmy, you know what? At the end of the day, he got drunk. He had a good time. He was out with the people. All the more power to him for it. But I'm gonna make fun a little bit. Leave Timmy alone. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'm sorry about Timmy. Groundhog finally bringing it back to stocks. Thank you for saving me here, throwing me a lifeline. Groundhog asking, hold 2x bear SpaceX overnight or bail? Great question. Let's talk that. We haven't looked at SpaceX for a few minutes here. And it's held the 200, or no, it's a weekly. I thought it was a daily candle. Yeah, so the daily candle going to look kind of dire here. I kind of like holding it short, by the way. I kind of like holding it short, but let's take a look. Take a look-see. So we're at a pivotal spot here. Okay, let's watch how this plays out. This is if you're in a lot of it, like for a day trade, this is where you want to be careful because it could be doing a failed auction down. Could be doing a failed auction down if it can hold a traction over this 200. Maybe we look at it from like a 5-minute chart at the very least. But we only got 5 minutes left. So if it holds 200, I would say, hey, take your money and run. Wait for a better spot. That's what I would say. That being said, this doesn't look super constructive. It would be a failed auction down, and it's just a little bit scary. A little bit scary because, 2 minutes ago, it did look a lot better. I'm sorry, I was a little late on that there. In general, it's doing its best to do the failed auction. Let's watch this 50-minute here. That candle high correlates with the recent push high at 201.19. I'd like to see any candles get rejected by there. You could take your out graciously into, I don't know, the 199 or something here. In general, you gotta, I think you gotta bail if it closes the day over 200. I think that's a little too sketchy. See, so bears right here, you're riding with these boys for the next couple minutes and seeing how much downward trajectory they can make. You really want to see an engulfer, but I don't know if you get it. That'd be a big move. And this was like the bulls digging their heels in at the end of the day. So I think you take your money here. Obviously not financial advice. If it opens up at $20, you know, don't send me anything in the mail. But essentially, it's risky, right? It's very risky holding a short of the biggest IPO in the world if it does a failed breakdown into close. I would have to say you gotta get rid of it. Sorry, I'm looking at my child. Like, what am I reading here? All right, I ain't touching that one, Crow. I don't know what's going on. Let's talk about Warsh and his purple tie. Let's talk about Warsh and a purple tie. That's a little safer territory. So Warsh, what's the deal, guys? What do you think? Are we going to see big hawk bearish Warsh that nobody was expecting coming? Is he going to be little Paul Volcker Jr.? Little I don't know. Are we going to do a little bit of Are we gonna do? Is he gonna make the market take his medicine? Is that the big surprise that nobody is expecting in the second season of America 2026? I don't know. They had us in the first half. Everybody was so convinced that he's just gonna be Donald Trump's little yes man. I mean, he did get the nod. I don't know. I really don't know. So it's gonna be very interesting to see his commentary. But this is what we do know. He has said he thinks the Fed talks too much. He says they're too wordy. He says they're giving up the secrets, you know? He's saying too much transparency is a bad thing. I don't personally like that. I like being able to see behind the curtain. I think if our financial plumbing is contingent upon smoke and mirrors and lack of information, that's not probably a good sign. I don't know. Basically saying people are too dumb to actually know the details. So we're just going to give you the shiny version of it. I don't know. So so Tyler says Dove. Pop says BBAI. Giving me more to work with. By the way, SpaceX here, yeah, it does seem quite strong. I was hoping it would reject this 50, coiled under it for a few minutes now, pushing above. I would gracefully exit this personally. I wouldn't feel comfortable holding it. I hope it doesn't die the second I say that. Like SPY failed that higher low that we were hunting for. Is what it is. I'm going to check in with some of my little swings, just see how they're doing into the close. FLNC, you know, it's a gut check. The big old doji candle on the daily. It just wants me to feel bad about holding, I think. It wants me to feel bad about it closing under the open. But instead, I choose to feel good that it's closing over the 9-day. All right, there's the bell. Pencils down, folks. Pencils down. Hope you had a good day. Been a little bit slow for me. I was hoping I would cash out today. Instead, I am back to break even on small green on the FLNC trade. LPTH, did it just post a strong candle into the close? It sure did not. Okay, that was a misread on the daily candle. Fake news. That would be amazing if it posted this candle. 1510. All right. We got some Andrew Jackson quotes in the house. He did spit some heat. I will say this is a hype quote. You're a den of vipers. I intend to rout you out, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out. Just remember, he was talking about not a certain type of people, about people in power, people holding the money. So remember, guys, remember who we don't like. And be kind to your fellow people. Not institutions, but be kind to people. All right, that's all I got, guys. I gotta be annoying. It's that time already. Let's do a really quick overview of what we saw. Also good to remember, Andrew Jackson, not very kind to people, especially if you were brown or living in land that he thought was his. So, grain of salt, as always with history. SPY, what are we doing? I think we need to come back down at the very least, test a little bit deeper. I think realistically speaking, we got to pull these fibs out all the way down to the whole range that we're dealing with, because we don't know if this deal that pumped us into a new range is even real at this point. So what I would say, we had a lot of consolidation around this equilibrium. This was kind of the level where we decided we're smoking up to the upside here. I would like to see this high volume node revisit. We have this big kind of gap-a-rooney here. This is where the gap starts. I think we fill the gap, and then we kind of decide what we're doing. Gun to my head, that's what I think. So I am still in some long swings, but I'm just, I've been taking profits. I am still very bullish. I'm just looking for my chance to get in on these names that I think are the leaders. I want Marvell. I don't own any, and I think that I need to wait just a little bit longer. So that's what I'm hunting for this week. I want some Marvell. I want some AAOI, perhaps. I want some... Those are the two big ones. Maybe I'll throw SEI on the list. I don't know if maybe you know about these guys, SEI. Solaris Energy. I believe they used to be considered a primarily, or basically their legacy industry was oil field services, and well, in reality they provide energy systems for data centers. That's a good business to be in. They have some big clients, from what I remember. I do need to do some more homework, but this chart got put on my radar today, and to me it looks like it's starting to look like the start of a little breakout. I want to see a little bit of a tighter pullback into these moving averages, get involved. About 75, 74 would be really nice. 74 would be really nice there. Boop, boop, boop. And one more for you, nice and strong, I'd like to tag in if it gives me a good look. AMKR. That's kind of taken off on me here, so maybe not. I didn't see what it did today, but this was on my radar this week. Kind of took off there. Shoot, there's one more that I'm blanking on. VIAV. This is very compelling for a back test, but it might be failing, so I'm watching this one closely into tomorrow. I would love to see this be a deep back test right into these moving averages, it to catch right here and then pump, but probably a little optimistic. We got Josh Smith, AK47, in the house saying AMD still selling off. I guess that was one of his plays today. Let's take a look at that real quick. We got the little double toppy looking a little sloppy, coming back into the equilibrium, or at least that 9-minute moving average, or 9-day moving average. We got that coming in right at 500, so that's going to be the pivot. Maybe you take AMD if it pops up a little overnight. You say, hey, I'm calling BS, we're going lower. You hammer it down into that 500, take some profits, have it go a little lower, then look to flip potentially for a reclaim of that 500, because I don't think these names are done. I think they're cooling off. That's my call, and I'm sticking with it until I am wrong. All right, guys. Love you all. YouTube, beware the monkey hammer. I see you in the chat. You got some money bags. Hope you've been making money. Calling out ET and EQT. So some energy plays, energy transfer, and what's EQT? I know it's Nat Gas. I'm forgetting the ticker. What's the company? Equator? Just EQT Corporation. Okay. Regardless, they do Nat Gas. Energy transfer, do they do Nat Gas too? I actually don't know how their business breaks down in terms of that. Are they Permian Basin? All right, I don't know. We can talk about this one later. Crow. All right, this is very inside baseball. The 33rd degree is Qigong. How about this? It's all sex magic. I used to be a little into some of this stuff just because it's fascinating to me. I'll leave you with a wild story for anybody still here. Very quick. There was a wild guy called Aleister Crowley. He did some crazy stuff. He was trying to usher in a whole new age of yada, yada, yada. He died broke. So, did it work? I don't know. One of his biggest students was Jack Parsons, who ended up inventing, more or less, being very involved in inventing the rocket propulsion lab, or the rocket propulsion engine. One of Crowley's whole things was, we're going to take humanity to the moon, to the solar system. Who the heck knows? What I do know is the Masons really didn't like Crowley because they said, hey, why are you biting our style? We never allowed you in the club. Why are you telling our big secret? Crowley's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've just been going around saying everything is sex magic. So apparently that's the whole thing. Take that with that what you will. What does that mean? I don't know. But how I kind of interpret it is, hey, there is something pulling things behind the curtains, whether it is the tides of the moon, whether it is something a little more magical. It's probably just scientific stuff that we haven't quantified yet. But when I see studies about how the moon, lunar phases affect tangibly and quantifiably stock market returns, makes me a little more open to there being a little bit of magic out there. What does that mean? You can decide for yourself. But for me, it means I believe in magical lines on charts. So you got to have faith in something, right? We're going to wrap it up there. We're going to wrap it up there with one more comment from Groundhog. Let's end it on stocks. Been looking at more Marvell. Load up on my winners after rebalance. I love this. So instead of cutting the flowers, all your best stocks, trimming those to water the weeds, to average down on crap that's still in your port, refine your port. Get rid of the stuff you don't need and just look. It's fine to trim winners, but just look to reload those same winners as long as they're still winning and coming back to viable levels. So I love the Marvell call. I'm right there with you. We will wrap it up there, looking for Marvell to hold either this 9-day or maybe a little bit deeper, higher low and in the base, down around 260 in the next week or so. So guys, we will take it there. Thanks so much for tuning in. And on that note, some confusing people in the comments. Don't worry, we're a stock trading channel. We don't usually talk about magic. But nice to see some new faces in there. We're going to be doing it all again tomorrow. We got a lot of great stuff going on. I will leave you with that. I will leave you with one quick promo. If you're new to Trade the Pool, first off, welcome. Second off, come try an account because we've got an amazing deal right now. If you try our trading service, if you take a bad trade and it doesn't work out, if you blow the account, we're going to give you a freebie, a do-over, a mulligan. You get one free account reset if you order an account and it's your first account. We're doing that for the next week, I believe, until the 25th. You can double check that on the website, but really good offer, guys. I would be all over this if I had not already bought my Trade the Pool account many moons ago. So that's what I got for you. Please come on in, give us a like, smash that like button if you appreciate what we do. I know I'd personally appreciate it, and I will leave it at that. We'll see you tomorrow. Big Money Mitch, Michael Noss, and Airplane Jane will help you in the mornings navigate this chop, and then I will be helping you out in the afternoon. We're going to be doing me and Josh are going to be doing an afternoon review at 12 p.m. market time, and then at 1 p.m. market time, I'm staying on. We're covering FOMC. We're going to be there for the minutes. We're going to be there to trade them and into the close as well, as we actually see how it progresses, because on these FOMC days, on these data days, I think the close is much more important than what we do on that craziness on the candle, but it does provide some nice volatility. So we're going to see if we can catch a quick trade there, and then how we close is going to frame things going into the close of the week. How we close the week is going to frame things how we close the month, and we just got to take it from there, guys. So lots of important things happening into the close this week. Like Josh says, FOMC tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Be sure to tune in with Trade the Pool. Till then, I'm Steve, and trade safe.